Robert Sheckley, The Prize of Peril. Rader lifted his head cautiously above the windowsill. He saw the fire escape, and below it a narrow alley. There was a weather-beaten baby carriage in the alley, and 3 garbage cans. As he watched, a black-sleeved arm moved from behind the furthest can, with something shiny in its fist. Rader ducked down. A bullet smashed down through the window above his head and punctured the ceiling, showering him with plaster. Now he knew about the alley. It was guarded, just like the door. He lay at full length on the cracked linoleum, staring at the bullet hole in the ceiling, listening to the sounds outside the door. He was a tall man, with bloodshot eyes and a 2-day stubble. Grime and fatigue had etched lines into his face. Fear had touched his features, tightening a muscle here and twitching a nerve there. The results were startling. His face had character now, for it was reshaped by the expectation of death. There was a gunman in the alley, and 2 on the stairs. He was trapped. He was dead. Sure, Rader thought, he still moved and breathed, but that was only because of Death's inefficiency. Death would take care of him in a few minutes. Death would poke holes in his face and body, artistically dab his clothes with blood, arrange his limbs in some grotesque position of the graveyard ballet. Rader bit his lip sharply. He wanted to live. There had to be a way. He rolled onto his stomach and surveyed the dingy cold-water apartment into which the killers had driven him. It was a perfect little one-room coffin. It had a door, which was watched, and a fire escape, which was watched. And it had a tiny, windowless bathroom. He crawled to the bathroom and stood up. There was a ragged hole in the ceiling, almost 4 inches wide. If he could enlarge it, crawl through into the apartment above. He heard a muffled thud. The killers were impatient. They were beginning to break down the door. He studied the hole in the ceiling. No use even considering it. He could never enlarge it in time. They were smashing against the door, grunting each time they struck. Soon the lock would tear out, or the hinges would pull out of the rotting wood. The door would go down, and the 2 blank-faced men would enter, dusting off their jackets. But surely someone would help him. He took the tiny television set from his pocket. The picture was blurred, and he didn't bother to adjust it. The audio was clear and precise. He listened to the well-modulated voice of Mike Terry, addressing his vast audience. "Terrible spot," Terry was saying. "Yes, folks, Jim Rader is in a truly terrible predicament. He has been hiding, you'll remember, in a 3rd-rate Broadway hotel under an assumed name. It seemed safe enough. But the bellhop recognized him and gave that information to the Thompson gang." The door creaked under repeated blows. Rader clutched the little television set and listened. "Jim Rader just managed to escape from the hotel. Closely pursued, he entered a brownstone at 156 West End Avenue. His intention was to go over the roofs, and it might have worked, folks. It just might have worked. But the roof doorway was locked. It looked like the end, but Rader found that apartment 7 was unoccupied and unlocked. He entered." Terry paused for emphasis, then cried, "And now he's trapped there, trapped like a rat in a cage. The Thompson gang is breaking down the door. The fire escape is guarded. Our camera crew, situated in a nearby building, is giving you a close-up now. Look, folks, just look. Is there no hope for Jim Rader?" "Is there no hope?" Rader silently echoed, perspiration pouring from him as he stood in the dark, stifling little bathroom, listening to the steady thud against the door. "Wait a minute," Mike Terry cried. "Hang on, Jim Rader, hang on a little longer. Perhaps there is hope. I have an urgent call from one of our viewers, a call on the Good Samaritan line. Here's someone who thinks he can help you, Jim. Are you listening, Jim Rader?" Rader waited and heard the hinges tearing out the rotten wood. "Go right ahead, sir," said Mike Terry. "What is your name, sir?" Felix Bartholomew." "Don't be nervous, Mr. Bartholomew. Go right ahead." "Well, okay, Mr. Rader," said an old man's shaking voice. "I used to live at 156 West End Avenue. Same apartment you're trapped in, Mr. Rader. Fact. Look, that bathroom has got a window, Mr. Rader. It's been painted over, but it has got a—" Rader pushed the television set into his pocket. He located the outlines of the window and kicked. Glass shattered, and daylight poured startlingly in. He cleared the jagged sill and quickly peered down. Below was a long drop to a concrete courtyard. The hinges tore free. He heard the door opening. Quickly, Rader climbed through the window, hung by his fingertips for a moment, and dropped. The shock was stunning. Groggily, he stood up. A face appeared at the bathroom window. "Tough luck," said the man, leaning out and taking careful aim with a snub-nosed .38. At that moment, a smoke bomb exploded inside the bathroom. The killer's shot went wide. He turned, cursing. More smoke bombs burst in the courtyard, obscuring Rader's figure. He could hear Mike Terry's frenzied voice over the TV set in his pocket. "Now run for it," Terry was screaming. "Run, Jim Rader! Run for your life! Run now, while the killer's eyes are filled with smoke, and thank Good Samaritan Sarah Winters of 3412 Edgar Street, Brockton, Massachusetts, for donating 5 smoke bombs and employing the services of a man to throw them." In a quieter voice, Terry continued, "You've saved a man's life today, Mrs. Winters. Would you tell our audience how it—" Rader wasn't able to hear any more. He was running through the smoke-filled courtyard, past clotheslines, into the open street. He walked down 63rd Street, slouching to minimize his height, staggering slightly from exertion, dizzy from lack of food and sleep. "Hey, you!" Rader turned. A middle-aged woman was sitting on the steps of a brownstone, frowning at him. "You're Rader, aren't you? The one they're trying to kill?" Rader started to walk away. "Come inside here, Rader," the woman said. Perhaps it was a trap, but Rader knew that he had to depend on the generosity and good-heartedness of the people. He was their representative, a projection of themselves, an average guy in trouble. Without them, he was lost. With them, nothing could harm him. "Trust in the people," Mike Terry had told him. "They'll never let you down." He followed the woman into her parlor. She told him to sit down and left the room, returning almost immediately with a plate of stew. She stood watching him while he ate, as one would watch an ape in the zoo eat peanuts. 2 children came out of the kitchen and stared at him. 3 overalled men came out of the bedroom and focused a television camera on him. There was a big television set in the parlor. As he gulped his food, Rader watched the image of Mike Terry and listened to the man's strong, sincere, worried voice. "There he is, folks," Terry was saying. "There's Jim Rader now, eating his first square meal in 2 days. Our camera crews have really been working to cover this for you. Thanks, boys. Folks, Jim Rader has been given a brief sanctuary by Mrs. Velma Odell of 343 63rd Street. Thank you, Good Samaritan Odell. It's really wonderful how people from all walks of life have taken Jim Rader to their hearts." "You better hurry," Mrs. Odell said. "Yes, ma'am," Rader said. "I don't want no gunplay in my apartment." "I'm almost finished, ma'am." One of the children asked, "Aren't they going to kill him?" "Shut up," said Mrs. Odell. "Yes, Jim," chanted Mike Terry. "You'd better hurry. Your killers aren't far behind. They aren't stupid men, Jim. Vicious, warped, insane, yes, but not stupid. They're following a trail of blood. Blood from your torn hand, Jim." Rader hadn't realized until now that he'd cut his hand on the windowsill. "Here, I'll bandage that," Mrs. Odell said. Rader stood up and let her bandage his hand. Then she gave him a brown jacket and a gray slouch hat. "My husband's stuff," she said. "He has a disguise, folks," Mike Terry cried delightedly. "This is something new. A disguise, with 7 hours to go until he's safe." "Now get out of here," Mrs. Odell said. "I'm going, ma'am," Rader said. "Thanks." "I think you're stupid," she said. "I think you're stupid to be involved in this." "Yes, ma'am." "It just isn't worth it." Rader thanked her and left. He walked to Broadway, caught a subway to 59th Street, then an uptown local to 86th. There, he bought a newspaper and changed for the Manhasset Through Express. He glanced at his watch. He had 6.5 hours to go. The subway roared under Manhattan. Rader dozed, his bandaged hand concealed under the newspaper, the hat pulled over his face. Had he been recognized yet? Had he shaken the Thompson gang? Or was someone telephoning them now? Dreamily, he wondered if he had escaped death. Or was he still a cleverly animated corpse, moving around because of death's inefficiency? My dear, death is so laggard these days. Jim Rader walked about for hours after he died and actually answered people's questions before he could be decently buried. Rader's eyes snapped open. He had dreamed something. Unpleasant. He couldn't remember what. He closed his eyes again and remembered, with mild astonishment, a time when he had been in no trouble. That was 2 years ago. He had been a big, pleasant young man, working as a truck driver's helper. He had no talents. He was too modest to have dreams. The tight-faced little truck driver had the dreams for him. "Why not try for a television show, Jim? I would if I had your looks. They like nice, average guys with nothing much on the ball. As contestants, everybody likes guys like that. Why not look into it?" So he had looked into it. The owner of the local television store had explained it further. "You see, Jim, the public is sick of highly trained athletes with their trick reflexes and their professional courage. Who can feel for guys like that? Who can identify? People want to watch exciting things, sure, but not when some joker is making it his business for $50,000 a year. That's why organized sports are in a slump. That's why the thrill shows are booming." "I see," said Rader. 6 years ago, Jim, Congress passed the Voluntary Suicide Act. Those old senators talked a lot about free will and self-determinism at the time, but that's all crap. You know what the act really means? It means the amateurs can risk their lives for the big loot, not just professionals. In the old days, you had to be a professional boxer or footballer or hockey player if you wanted your brains beaten out legally for money. But now that opportunity is open to ordinary people like you, Jim." "I see," Rader said again. "It's a marvelous opportunity. Take you. You're no better than anyone, Jim. Anything you can do,
anyone can do. You're average. I think the thrill shows would go for you." Rader permitted himself to dream. Television shows looked like a sure road to riches for a pleasant young fellow with no particular talent or training. He wrote a letter to a show called Hazard and enclosed a photograph of himself. Hazard was interested in him. The JBC network investigated and found that he was average enough to satisfy the wariest viewer. His parentage and affiliations were checked. At last he was summoned to New York and interviewed by Mr. Mullion. Mullion was dark and intense, and chewed gum as he talked. "You'll do," he snapped. "But not for Hazard. You'll appear on Spills. It's a half-hour daytime show on Channel 3. "Gee," said Rader, "don't thank me. There's $1,000 if you win or place second, and a consolation prize of $100 if you lose. But that's not important." "No, sir." "Spills is a little show. The JBC network uses it as a testing ground. First and second place winners on Spills move on to Emergency. The prizes are much bigger on Emergency." "I know they are, sir." "And if you do well on Emergency, there are the first-class thrill shows, like Hazard and Underwater Perils, with their nationwide coverage and enormous prizes. And then comes the really big time. How far you go is up to you." "I'll do my best, sir," Rader said. Mullion stopped chewing gum for a moment and said, almost reverently, "You can do it, Jim. Just remember, you're the people, and the people can do anything." The way he said it made Rader feel momentarily sorry for Mr. Mullion, who was dark and frizzy-haired and pop-eyed, and was obviously not the people. They shook hands. Then Rader signed a paper absolving the JBC of all responsibility should he lose his life, limbs, or reason during the contest. And he signed another paper exercising his rights under the Voluntary Suicide Act. The law required this, and it was a mere formality. In 3 weeks, he appeared on Spills. The program followed the classic form of the automobile race. Untrained drivers climbed into powerful American and European competition cars and raced over a murderous 20-mile course. Rader was shaking with fear as he slid his big Maserati into the wrong gear and took off. The race was a screaming, tire-burning nightmare. Rader stayed back, letting the early leaders smash themselves up on the counterbanked hairpin turns. He crept into third place when a Jaguar in front of him swerved against an Alfa Romeo, and the two cars roared into a plowed field. Rader gunned for second place on the last 3 miles, but he couldn't find passing room. An S-curve almost took him, but he fought the car back on the road, still holding third. Then the lead driver broke a crankshaft in the final 50 yards, and Jim ended in second place. He was now $1,000 ahead. He received 4 fan letters, and a lady in Oshkosh sent him a pair of Argyles. He was invited to appear on Emergency. Unlike the others, Emergency was not a competition-type program. It stressed individual initiative. For the show, Rader was knocked out with a non-habit-forming narcotic. He awoke in the cockpit of a small airplane, cruising on autopilot at 10,000 feet. His fuel gauge showed nearly empty. He had no parachute. He was supposed to land the plane. Of course, he had never flown before. He experimented gingerly with the controls, remembering that last week's participant had recovered consciousness in a submarine, had opened the wrong valve, and had drowned. Thousands of viewers watched spellbound as this average man, a man just like themselves, struggled with the situation just as they would do. Jim Rader was them.
anything he could do, they could do. He was a representative of the people. Raider managed to bring the ship down in some semblance of a landing. He flipped over a few times, but his seatbelt held, and the engine, contrary to expectation, did not burst into flames. He staggered out with 2 broken ribs, $3,000, and a chance, when he healed, to appear on Torero. At last, a first-class thrill show. Torero paid $10,000. All you had to do was kill a black Miura bull with a sword, just like a real trained matador. The fight was held in Madrid, since bullfighting was still illegal in the United States. It was nationally televised. Raider had a good quadrilla. They liked the big, slow-moving American. The picadors really leaned into their lances, trying to slow the bull for him. The banderilleros tried to run the beast off his feet before driving in their banderillas, and the second matador, a mournful man from Algeciras, almost broke the bull's neck with fancy capework. But when all was said and done, it was Jim Raider on the sand, a red muleta, clumsily gripped in his left hand, a sword in his right, facing a ton of black, blood-streaked, wide-horned bull. Someone was shouting, "Try for the lung, hombre! Don't be a hero! Stick him in the lung!" But Jim only knew what the technical advisor in New York had told him: aim with the sword and go in over the horns. Over he went. The sword bounced off bone, and the bull tossed him over its back. He stood up, miraculously ungouged, took another sword, and went over the horns again with his eyes closed. The God who protects children and fools must have been watching, for the sword slid like a needle through butter, and the bull looked startled, stared at him unbelievingly, and dropped like a deflated balloon. They paid him $10,000, and his broken collarbone healed in practically no time. He received 23 fan letters, including a passionate invitation from a girl in Atlantic City, which he ignored, and they asked him if he wanted to appear on another show. He had lost some of his innocence. He was now fully aware that he had been almost killed for pocket money. The big loot lay ahead. Now he wanted to be almost killed for something worthwhile. So he appeared on Underwater Perils, sponsored by Fair Lady's Soap. In face mask, respirator, weighted belt, flippers, and knife, he slipped into the warm waters of the Caribbean with 4 other contestants, followed by a cage-protected camera crew. The idea was to locate and bring up a treasure which the sponsor had hidden there. Mask diving isn't especially hazardous, but the sponsor had added some frills for public interest. The area was sown with giant clams, moray eels, sharks of several species, giant octopuses, poison coral, and other dangers of the deep. It was a stirring contest. A man from Florida found the treasure in a deep crevice, but a moray eel found him. Another diver took the treasure, and a shark took him. The brilliant blue-green water became cloudy with blood, which photographed well on color TV. The treasure slipped to the bottom, and Raider plunged after it, popping an eardrum in the process. He plucked it from the coral, jettisoned his weighted belt, and made for the surface. 30 feet from the top, he had to fight another diver for the treasure. They feinted back and forth with their knives. The man struck, slashing Raider across the chest, but Raider, with the self-possession of an old contestant, dropped his knife and tore the man's respirator out of his mouth. That did it. Raider surfaced and presented the treasure at the standby boat. It turned out to be a package of Fair Lady's soap, the greatest treasure of all. That netted him $22,000 in cash and prizes, and 308 fan letters, and an interesting proposition from a girl in Macon, which he seriously considered. He received free hospitalization for his knife slash and burst eardrum, and injections for coral infection. But best of all, he was invited to appear on the biggest of the thrill shows, the Prize of Peril. And that was when the real trouble began. The subway came to a stop, jolting him out of his reverie. Reader pushed back his hat and observed across the aisle a man staring at him and whispering to a stout woman. Had they recognized him? He stood up as soon as the doors opened and glanced at his watch. He had 5 hours to go. At the Manhasset station, he stepped into a taxi and told the driver to take him to New Salem. "New Salem?" the driver asked, looking at him in the rear vision mirror. "That's right." The driver snapped on his radio. "Fare to New Salem. Yep, that's right. New Salem." They drove off. Rader frowned, wondering if it had been a signal. It was perfectly usual for taxi drivers to report to their dispatchers, of course. But something about the man's voice. "Let me off here," Rader said. He paid the driver and began walking down a narrow count road that curved through sparse woods. The trees were too small and too widely separated for shelter. Rader walked on, looking for a place to hide. There was a heavy truck approaching. He kept on walking, pulling his hat low on his forehead. But as the truck drew near, he heard a voice from the television set in his pocket. It cried, "Watch out!" He flung himself into the ditch. The truck careened past, narrowly missing him, and screeched to a stop. The driver was shouting, "There he goes! Shoot! Harry! Shoot!" Bullets clipped leaves from the trees as Rader sprinted into the woods. "It's happened again," Mike Terry was saying, his voice high-pitched with excitement. "I'm afraid Jim Rader let himself be lulled into a false sense of security. You can't do that, Jim. Not with your life at stake. Not with killers pursuing you. Be careful, Jim. You still have 4.5 hours to go." The driver was saying, "Claude, Harry, go around with the truck. We got him boxed." "They've got you boxed, Jim Rader," Mike Terry cried. "But they haven't got you yet, and you can thank Good Samaritan Susie Peters of 12 Elm Street, South Orange, New Jersey, for that warning shout just when the truck was bearing down on you. We'll have little Susie on stage in just a moment. Look, folks, our studio helicopter has arrived on the scene. Now you can see Jim Rader running and the killers pursuing, surrounding him." Rader ran through 100 yards of woods and found himself on a concrete highway with open woods beyond. One of the killers was trotting through the woods behind him. The truck had driven to a connecting road and was now a mile away, coming toward him. A car was approaching from the other direction. Rader ran into the highway, waving frantically. The car came to a stop. "Hurry!" cried the blonde young woman driving it. Rader dove in. The woman made a U-turn on the highway. A bullet smashed through the windscreen. She stamped on the accelerator, almost running down the lone killer who stood in the way. The car surged away before the truck was within firing range. Rader leaned back and shut his eyes tightly. The woman concentrated on her driving, watching for the truck in her rear vision mirror. "It's happened again!" cried Mike Terry, his voice ecstatic. "Jim Rader has been plucked again from the jaws of death, thanks to Good Samaritan Janice Morrow of 433 Lexington Avenue, New York City. Did you ever see anything like it, folks? The way Miss Morrow drove through a fusillade of bullets and plucked Jim Rader from the mouth of doom. Later, we'll interview Miss Morrow and get her reactions. Now, while Jim Rader speeds away, perhaps to safety, perhaps to further peril, we'll have a short announcement from our sponsor. Don't go away. Jim's got 4 hours and 10 minutes until he's safe.
anything can happen. Okay, the girl said. We're off the air now. Raider, what in the hell is the matter with you? Eh? Raider asked. The girl was in her early 20s. She looked efficient, attractive, untouchable. Raider noticed that she had good features, a trim figure, and he noticed that she seemed angry. Miss, he said, I don't know how to thank you for. Talk straight, Janice Morrow said. I'm no good Samaritan. I'm employed by the JBC network. So the program had me rescued? Cleverly reasoned, she said. But why? Look, this is an expensive show, Raider. We have to turn in a good performance. If our rating slips, we'll all be in the street selling candy apples, and you aren't cooperating. What? Why? Because you're terrible, the girl said bitterly. You're a flop, a fiasco. Are you trying to commit suicide? Haven't you learned anything about survival? I'm doing the best I can. The Thompsons could have had you a dozen times by now. We told them to take it easy, stretch it out. But it's like shooting a clay pigeon 6 feet tall. The Thompsons are cooperating, but they can only fake so far. If I hadn't come along, they'd have had to kill you, airtime or not. Raider stared at her, wondering how such a pretty girl could talk that way. She glanced at him, then quickly looked back to the road. Don't give me that look, she said. You chose to risk your life for money, Buster, and plenty of money. You knew the score. Don't act like some innocent little grocer who finds the nasty hoods are after him. That's a different plot. I know, Raider said. If you can't live well, at least try to die well. You don't mean that, Raider said. Don't be too sure. You've got 3 hours and 40 minutes until the end of the show. If you can stay alive, fine, the boodle's yours. But if you can't, at least try to give them a run for the money. Raider nodded, staring intently at her. In a few moments, we're back on the air. I develop engine trouble, let you off. The Thompsons go all out now. They kill you when and if they can, as soon as they can. Understand? Yes, Raider said. If I make it, can I see you sometime? She bit her lip angrily. Are you trying to kid me? No. I'd like to see you again. May I? She looked at him curiously. I don't know. No, forget it. We're almost on. I think your best bet is the woods to the right. Ready? Yes. Where can I get in touch with you? Afterward, I mean. Oh, Raider. You aren't paying attention. Go through the woods until you find a washed-out ravine. It isn't much, but it'll give you some cover. Where can I get in touch with you? Raider asked again. I'm in the Manhattan telephone book. She stopped the car. Okay, Raider, start running. He opened the door. Wait! She leaned over and kissed him on the lips. Good luck, you idiot. Call me if you make it. And then he was on foot, running into the woods. He ran through birch and pine, past an occasional split-level house with staring faces at the big picture window. Some occupant of those houses must have called the gang, for they were close behind him when he reached the washed-out little ravine. Those quiet, mannerly, law-abiding people didn't want him to escape, Raider thought sadly. They wanted to see a killing, or perhaps they wanted to see him narrowly escape a killing. It came to the same thing, really. He entered the ravine, burrowed into the thick underbrush, and lay still. The Thompsons appeared on both ridges, moving slowly, watching for any movement. Raider held his breath as they came parallel to him. He heard the quick explosion of a revolver. But the killer had only shot a squirrel. It squirmed for a moment, then lay still. Lying in the underbrush, Raider heard the studio helicopter overhead. He wondered if any cameras were focused on him,
It was possible, and if someone were watching, perhaps some good Samaritan would help. So looking upward, toward the helicopter, Rader arranged his face in a reverent expression, clasped his hands, and prayed. He prayed silently, for the audience didn't like religious ostentation, but his lips moved. That was every man's privilege. And a real prayer was on his lips. Once, a lip reader in the audience had detected a fugitive pretending to pray, but actually just reciting multiplication tables. No help for that man. Rader finished his prayer. Glancing at his watch, he saw that he had nearly 2 hours to go. And he didn't want to die. It wasn't worth it, no matter how much they paid. He must have been crazy, absolutely insane to agree to such a thing. But he knew that wasn't true. And he remembered just how sane he had been. 1 week ago he had been on the Prize of Peril stage, blinking in the spotlight, and Mike Terry had shaken his hand. "Now, Mr. Rader," Terry had said solemnly, "do you understand the rules of the game you are about to play?" Rader nodded. "If you accept, Jim Rader, you will be a hunted man. For a week. Killers will follow you, Jim. Trained killers, men wanted by the law for other crimes, granted immunity for this single killing under the Voluntary Suicide Act. They will be trying to kill you, Jim. Do you understand?" "I understand," Rader said. He also understood the $200,000 he would receive if he could live out the week. "I ask you, Jim Rader, we force no man to play for stakes of death." "I want to play," Rader said. Mike Terry turned to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have here a copy of an exhaustive psychological test which an impartial psychological testing firm made on Jim Rader at our request. Copies will be sent to anyone who desires them for 25 cents to cover the cost of mailing. The test shows that Jim Rader is sane, well-balanced, and fully responsible in every way." He turned to Rader. "Do you still want to enter the contest, Jim?" "Yes, I do." "Very well," cried Mike Terry. "Jim Rader, meet your would-be killers." The Thompson gang moved on stage, booed by the audience. "Look at them folks," said Mike Terry with undisguised contempt. "Just look at them. Antisocial, thoroughly vicious, completely amoral. These men have no code but the criminal's warped code. No honor but the honor of the cowardly hired killer. They are doomed men, doomed by our society, which will not sanction their activities for long, fated to an early and unglamorous death." The audience shouted enthusiastically. "What have you to say, Claude Thompson?" Terry asked. Claude, the spokesman of the Thompsons, stepped up to the microphone. He was a thin, clean-shaven man, conservatively dressed. "I figure," Claude Thompson said hoarsely, "I figure we're no worse than anybody. I mean, like soldiers in a war, they kill. And look at the graft in the government, and the unions. Everybody's got their graft." That was Thompson's tenuous code. But how quickly, with what precision Mike Terry destroyed the killer's rationalizations. Terry's questions pierced straight to the filthy soul of the man. At the end of the interview, Claude Thompson was perspiring, mopping his face with a silk handkerchief and casting quick glances at his men. Mike Terry put a hand on Rader's shoulder. "Here is the man who has agreed to become your victim, if you can catch him." "We'll catch him," Thompson said, his confidence returning. "Don't be too sure," said Terry. "Jim Rader has fought wild bulls. Now he battles jackals. He's an average man.
He's the people, who mean ultimate doom to you and your kind. We'll get him, Thompson said. And one thing more, Terry said, very softly. Jim Rader does not stand alone. The folks of America are for him. Good Samaritans from all corners of our great nation stand ready to assist him. Unarmed, defenseless, Jim Rader can count on the aid and good-heartedness of the people whose representative he is. So don't be too sure, Cloud Thompson. The average men are for Jim Rader, and there are a lot of average men. Rader thought about it, lying motionless in the underbrush. Yes, the people had helped him, but they had helped the killers too. A tremor ran through him. He had chosen, he reminded himself. He alone was responsible. The psychological test had proven that. And yet, how responsible were the psychologists who had given him the test? How responsible was Mike Terry for offering a poor man so much money? Society had woven the noose and put it around his neck, and he was hanging himself with it and calling it free will. Whose fault? Aha! Someone cried. Rader looked up and saw a portly man standing near him. The man wore a loud tweed jacket. He had binoculars around his neck and a cane in his hand. Mister, Rader whispered, please don't tell. Hi, shouted the portly man, pointing at Rader with his cane. Here he is! A madman, thought Rader. The damned fool must think he's playing hare and hounds. Right over here, the man screamed. Cursing, Rader sprang to his feet and began running. He came out of the ravine and saw a white building in the distance. He turned toward it. Behind him, he could still hear the man. That way! Over there! Look, you fools, can't you see him yet? The killers were shooting again. Rader ran, stumbling over uneven ground, past 3 children playing in a treehouse. Here he is! The children screamed. Here he is! Rader groaned and ran on. He reached the steps of the building and saw that it was a church. As he opened the door, a bullet struck him behind the right kneecap. He fell and crawled inside the church. The television set in his pocket was saying, What a finish, folks! What a finish! Rader's been hit! He's been hit, folks! He's crawling now. He's in pain, but he hasn't given up. Not Jim Rader. Rader lay in the aisle near the altar. He could hear a child's eager voice saying, He went in there, Mr. Thompson. Hurry! You can still catch him. Wasn't a church considered a sanctuary? Rader wondered. Then the door was flung open, and Rader realized that the custom was no longer observed. He gathered himself together and crawled past the altar, out the back door of the church. He was in an old graveyard. He crawled past crosses and stars, past slabs of marble and granite, past stone tombs and rude wooden markers. A bullet exploded on a tombstone near his head, showering him with fragments. He crawled to the edge of an open grave. They had deceived him, he thought. All of those nice, average, normal people. Hadn't they said he was their representative? Hadn't they sworn to protect their own? But no, they loathed him. Why hadn't he seen it? Their hero was the cold, blank-eyed gunman, Thompson, Capone, Billy the Kid, young Lochinvar, El Cid, Cuchulainn, the man without human hopes or fears. They worshipped him, that dead, implacable robot gunman, and lusted to feel his foot in their face. Rader tried to move, and slid helplessly into the open grave. He lay on his back, looking at the blue sky. Presently, a black silhouette loomed above him, blotting out the sky. Metal twinkled. The silhouette slowly took aim, and Rader gave up all hope forever. "Wait, Thompson!" roared the amplified voice of Mike Terry. The revolver wavered. "It is 1 second past 5 o'clock. The week is up. Jim Rader has won." There was a pandemonium of cheering from the studio audience. The Thompson gang, gathered around the grave, looked sullen. "He's won, friends! He's won!" Mike Terry cried. Look on your screen. The police have arrived. They're taking the Thompsons away from their victim, the victim they could not kill. And all this is thanks to you, good Samaritans of America. Look, folks, tender hands are lifting Jim Rader from the open grave that was his final refuge. Good Samaritan Janice Morrow is there. Could this be the beginning of a romance? Jim seems to have fainted, friends. They're giving him a stimulant. He's won $200,000. Now we'll have a few words from Jim Rader. There was a short silence. "That's odd," said Mike Terry. "Folks, I'm afraid we can't hear from Jim just now. The doctors are examining him. Just one moment." There was a silence. Mike Terry wiped his forehead and smiled. "It's the strain, folks. The terrible strain. The doctor tells me... Well, folks, Jim Rader is temporarily not himself, but it's only temporary. JBC is hiring the best psychiatrists and psychoanalysts in the country. We're going to do everything humanly possible for this gallant boy, and entirely at our own expense." Mike Terry glanced at the studio clock. "Well, it's about time to sign off, folks. Watch for the announcement of our next great thrill show, and don't worry, I'm sure that very soon we'll have Jim Rader back with us." Mike Terry smiled and winked at the audience. "He's bound to get well, friends. After all, we're all pulling for him."
Science Fiction, the Best American Short Stories. Clifford D. Simak, Beachhead. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, that could stop a human planetary survey party. It was a specialized unit created for and charged with one purpose only: to establish a bridgehead on an alien planet, to blast out the perimeters of that bridgehead, and establish a base where there would be some elbow room, then hold that elbow room against all comers until it was time to go. After the base was once established, the brains of the party got to work. They turned the place inside out. They put it on tape and captured it within the chains of symbols they scribbled in their field books. They pictured it, and wrote it, and plotted it, and reduced it to a neat assembly of keyed and symbolic facts to be inserted in the galactic files. If there was life, and sometimes there was, they prodded it to get reaction. Sometimes the reaction was extremely violent, and other times it was much more dangerously subtle. But there were many ways in which to handle both the violent and the subtle, for the Legionnaires and their robots were trained to a razor's edge and knew nearly all the answers. There was nothing in the galaxy so far known that could stop a human survey party. Tom Decker sat at ease in the empty lounge and swirled the ice in the highball glass, well contented, watching the first of the robots emerge from the bowels of the cargo space. They dragged a conveyor belt behind them as they emerged, and Decker, sitting idly, watched them drive supports into the ground and rig up the belt. A door clicked open, back of Decker, and he turned his head. "May I come in, sir?" Doug Jackson asked. "Certainly," said Decker, Jackson walked to the great curving window and looked out. "What does it look like, sir?" he asked. Decker shrugged. "Another job," he said. 6 weeks. 6 months. Depends on what we find." Jackson sat down beside him. "This one looks tough," he said. "Jungle worlds always are a bit meaner than any of the others." Decker grunted at him. "A job. That's all. Another job to do. Another report to file. Then they'll either send out an exploitation gang or a pitiful bunch of bleeding colonists." "Or," said Jackson, "they'll file the report and let it gather dust for 1,000 years or so." "They can do anything they want," Decker told him. "We turn it in. What someone else does with it after that is their affair, not ours." They sat quietly watching the 6 robots roll out the first of the packing cases, rip off its cover, and unpack the 7th robot, laying out his various parts neatly in a row in the tramped-down, waist-high grass. Then, working as a team, with not a single fumble, they put number 7 together, screwed his brain case into his metal skull, flipped up his energizing switch, and slapped the breastplate home. Number 7 stood groggily for a moment. He swung his arms uncertainly, shook his head from side to side. Then, having oriented himself, he stepped briskly forward and helped the other 6 heave the packing box containing number 8 off the conveyor belt. "Takes a little time this way," said Decker, "but it saves a lot of space. Have to cut our robot crew in half if we didn't pack them at the end of every job. They stow away better." He sipped at his highball speculatively. Jackson lit a cigarette. "Someday," said Jackson, "we're going to run up against something that we can't handle." Decker snorted. "Maybe here," insisted Jackson, gesturing at the nightmare jungle world outside the great curved sweep of the vision plate. "You're a romanticist," Decker told him shortly, "in love with the unexpected. Besides that, you're new. Get a dozen trips under your belt, and you won't feel this way." "It could happen," insisted Jackson. Decker nodded, almost sleepily. "Maybe," he said. "Maybe it could, at that. It never has, but I suppose it could. And when it does, we take it on the lam. It's not part of our job to fight a last-ditch battle. When we bump up against something that's too big to handle, we don't stick around. We don't take any risks." He took another sip. "Not even calculated risks," he added. The ship rested on the top of a low hill, in a small clearing masked by tall grass, sprinkled here and there with patches of exotic flowers. Below the hill, a river flowed sluggishly, a broad expanse of chocolate-colored water moving in a sleepy tide through the immense vine-entangled forest. As far as the eye could see, the jungle stretched away, a brooding darkness that even from behind the curving quartz of the vision plate seemed to exude a heady, musty scent of danger that swept up over the grass-covered hilltop. There was no sign of life, but one knew, almost instinctively, that sentiency lurked in the buried pathways and tunnels of the great tree land. Robot number 8 had been energized, and now the 8 split into 2 groups, and ran out 2 packing cases at a time instead of 1. Soon there were 12 robots, and then they formed themselves into 3 working groups. "Like that?" said Decker, picking up the conversation where they had left it lying. He gestured with his glass now empty. "No calculated risks. We send the robots first. They unpack and set up their fellows. Then the whole gang turns to and uncrates the machinery and sets it up and gets it operating. A man doesn't even put his foot on the ground until he has a steel ring around the ship to give him protection." Jackson sighed. "I guess you're right," he said. Nothing can happen. We don't take any chances. Not a single one. Why should we? Decker asked. He heaved himself out of the chair, stood up, and stretched. Got a thing or two to do, he said. Last-minute checks and so on. I'll sit here for a while, said Jackson. I like to watch. It's all new to me. You'll get over it, Decker told him. In another 20 years. In his office, Decker lifted a sheaf of preliminary reports off his desk and ran through them slowly, checking each one carefully, filing away in his mind the basic facts of the world outside. He worked stolidly, wetting a big, blunt thumb against his outthrust tongue to flip the report pages off the top of the next stack and deposit them, in not so neat a pile, to his right, face downward. Atmosphere. Pressure slightly more than Earth. High in oxygen. Gravity. A bit more than Earth. Temperature. Hot. Jungle worlds always were. There was a breeze outside now, he thought. Maybe there'd be a breeze most of the time. That would be a help. Rotation. 36-hour day. Radiation. None of local origin, but some hard stuff getting through from the sun. He made a mental note. Watch that. Bacterial and virus count. As usual. Lots of it. Apparently not too dangerous. Not with every single soul hypoed and immunized and hormoned to his eyebrows. But you can never be sure, he thought. Not entirely sure. No calculated risks, he had told Jackson. But here was a calculated risk, and one you couldn't do a single thing about. If there was a bug that picked you for a host, and you weren't loaded for bear to fight him, you took him on and did the best you could. Life factor. Lot of emanation. Probably the vegetation, maybe even the soil, was crawling with all sorts of loathsome life, vicious stuff, more than likely. But that was something you took care of as a matter of routine. No use taking any chances. You went over the ground even if there was no life, just to be sure there wasn't. A tap came on the door, and Decker called out for the man to enter. It was Captain Carr, commander of the Legion unit. Carr saluted snappily. Decker did not rise. He made his answering salute a sloppy one on purpose. No use, he told himself, letting the fellow establish any semblance of equality, for there was no such equality in fact. A captain of the Legion simply did not rank with the commandant of a galactic survey party. "Reporting, sir," said Carr. "We are ready for a landing." "Fine, Captain, fine." What was the matter with the fool? The Legion always was ready, always would be ready. That was no more than tradition. Why, then, carry out such an empty, stiff formality? But it was the nature of a man like Carr, he supposed. The Legion, with its rigid discipline, with its ancient pride of service and tradition, attracted men like Carr, was a perfect finishing school for accomplished martinets. Tin soldiers, Decker thought, but accomplished ones. As hard-bitten a gang of fighting men as the galaxy had ever known. They were drilled and disciplined, serum and hormone injected against all known diseases of an alien world, trained and educated in alien psychology, and strictly indoctrinated with high survival characteristics, which stood up under even the most adverse circumstances. "We shall not be ready for some time, Captain," Decker said. "The robots have just started their uncrating." "Very well," said Carr. "We await your orders, sir." "Thank you, Captain," Decker told him, making it quite clear that he wished he would get out. But when Carr turned to go, Decker called him back. "What is it, sir?" asked Carr. "I've been wondering," said Decker. "Just wondering, you understand. Can you imagine any circumstances which might arise that the Legion could not handle?" Carr's expression was a pure delight to see. I'm afraid, sir, that I don't understand your question. Decker sighed. I didn't think you would, he said. Before nightfall, the full working force of robots had been uncrated, and had set up some of the machines, enough to establish a small circle of alarm posts around the ship. A flamethrower burned a barren circle on the hilltop, stretching 500 feet around the ship. A hard radiation generator took up its painstaking task, pouring pure death into the soil. The toll must have been terrific. In some spots, the ground virtually boiled as the dying life forms fought momentarily and fruitlessly to escape the death that cut them down. The robots rigged up huge batteries of lamps that set the hilltop ablaze with a light as bright as day, and the work went on. As yet, no human had set foot outside the ship. Inside the ship, the robot stewards set up a table in the lounge so that the human diners might see what was going on outside the ship. The entire company, except for the Legionnaires, who stayed in quarters, had gathered for the meal when Decker came into the room. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said. He strode to the table's head, and the others ranged themselves along the side. He sat down, and there was a scraping of drawn chairs as the others took their places. He clasped his hands in front of him and bowed his head, and parted his lips to say the customary words. He halted, even as he was about to speak, and when the words did come, they were different from the ones he had said by rote 1,000 times before. "Dear Father, we are thy servants in an unknown land, and there is a deadly pride upon us. Teach us humility, and lead us to the knowledge, before it is too late, that men, despite their far traveling and their mighty works, still are as children in thy sight. Bless the bread we are about to break, we beg thee, and keep us forever in thy compassion. Amen." He lifted his head and looked down the table. Some of them, he saw, were startled. The others were amused. They wonder if I'm cracking, he thought. They think the old man is breaking up. And that may be true for all I know. Although I was all right until this afternoon. All right until young Doug Jackson. "Those were fine words, lad," said old MacDonald, the chief engineer. "I thank you for them, sir, and there is them among us who would do well to take some heed upon them." Platters and plates were being passed up and down the table's length, and there was the commonplace, homely clatter of silverware and china. "This looks an interesting world," said Waldron, the anthropologist. "Dixon and I were up in observation just before the sun set. We thought we saw something down by the river, some sort of life." Decker grunted, scooping fried potatoes out of a bowl onto his plate. "Funny if we don't run across a lot of life here. The radiation wagon stirred up a lot of it when it went over the field today." "What Waldron and I saw," said Dixon, "looked humanoid." Decker squinted at the biologist. "Sure of that?" he asked. Dixon shook his head. "The seeing was poor. Couldn't be absolutely sure. Seemed to me there were 2 or 3 of them. Matchstick men." Waldron nodded. "Like a picture a kid would draw," he said. 1 stroke for the body, 2 strokes each for arms and legs, a circle for a head, angular, ungraceful, skinny. "Graceful enough in motion, though," said Dixon. "When they moved, they went like cats, flowed, sort of." "We'll know plenty soon enough," Decker told them, mildly. "In a day or 2 we'll flush them." Funny, he thought. On almost every job someone popped up to report he had spotted humanoids. Usually there weren't any. Usually it was just imagination. Probably wishful thinking, he told himself. The yen of men far away from their fellow men, to find, in an alien place, a type of life that somehow seemed familiar. Although the usual humanoid, once you met him in the flesh, turned out to be so repulsively alien that alongside him an octopus would seem positively human. Franey, the senior geologist, said, "I've been thinking about those mountains to the west of us, the ones we caught sight of when we were coming in. Had a new look about them. New mountains are good to work in. They haven't worn down. Easier to get at whatever's in them. We'll lay out our first survey lines in that direction," Decker told him. Outside the curving vision plate, the night was alive with the blaze of the batteries of lights. Gleaming robots toiled in shining gangs. Ponderous machines lumbered past. Smaller ones scurried like frightened beetles. To the south, great gouts of flame leaped out, and the sky was painted red with the bursts of a squad of flamethrowers going into action. "Chewing out a landing field," said Decker. "A tongue of jungle guts out there. Absolutely level ground, like a floor. Won't take a great deal of work to turn it into a field." The stewards brought coffee and brandy and a box of good cigars. Decker and his men settled back into their chairs, taking life easy, watching the work going on outside the ship. "I hate this waiting," Franey said, settling down comfortably to his cigar. "Part of the job," said Decker. He poured more brandy into his coffee. By dawn, the last machines were set up and had either been moved out to their assigned positions or were parked in the motor pool. The flamers had enlarged the burned-out area, and 3 radiation wagons were busy on their rounds. To the south, the airfield had been finished, and the jets were lined up and waiting in a plumb-straight row. Some of the robots, their work done for the moment, formed themselves in solid ranks to form a solid square, neat and orderly, and occupying a minimum of space. They stood there in the square, waiting against the time when they would be needed, a motor pool of robots, a reservoir of manpower. Finally the gangplank came down, and the legionnaires marched out in files of 2, with clank and glitter and a remorseless precision that put machines to shame. There were no banners, and there were no drums, for these are useless things, and the Legion, despite its clink and glitter, was an organization of ruthless efficiency. The column wheeled and became a line, and the line broke up, and the platoons moved out toward the Planethead perimeter. There, machines and legionnaires and robots manned the frontier that Earth had set up on an alien world. Busy robots staked out and set up an open-air pavilion of gaudily striped canvas that rippled in the breeze, placed tables and chairs beneath its shade, moved in a refrigerator filled with beer and with extra ice compartments. At last, it was safe and comfortable for ordinary men to leave the shelter of the ship. Organization, Decker told himself. Organization and efficiency, and leaving not a thing to chance. Plug every loophole before it becomes a loophole. Crush possible resistance before it develops as resistance. Gain absolute control over a certain number of square feet of planet and operate from there. Later, of course, there were certain chances taken. You just couldn't eliminate them all. There would be field trips. And even with all the precautions that robots and machine and legionnaire could offer, there would be certain risks. There would be aerial survey and mapping, and these too would have elements of chance, but with these elements reduced to the very minimum. And always there would be the base, an absolutely safe and impregnable base to which a field party or a survey flight could retreat, from which reinforcements could be sent out or counteraction taken. Foolproof, he told himself. As foolproof as it could be made. He wondered briefly what had been the matter with him the night before. It had been that young fool, Jackson, of course. A capable biochemist, possibly, but certainly the wrong kind of man for a job like this. Something had slipped up. The screening board should have stopped a man like Jackson, should have spotted his emotional instability. Not that he could do any actual harm, of course, but he could be upsetting. An irritant, thought Decker. That is what he is. Just an irritant. Decker laid an armload of paraphernalia on the long table underneath the gay pavilion. From it he selected a rolled-up sheet of map paper, unrolled it, spread it flat, and thumbtacked it at 4 corners. On it, a portion of the river and the mountains to the west had been roughly penciled in. The base was represented by an X'd-through square, but the rest of it was blank. But it would be filled in. As the days went by, it would take shape and form. From the field to the south, a jet whooshed into the sky, made a lazy turn, and straightened out to streak toward the west. Decker walked to the edge of the pavilion's shade and watched it as it dwindled out of sight. That would be Jarvis and Donnelly, assigned to the preliminary survey of the southwest sector between the base and the western mountains. Another jet rose lazily, trailing its column of exhaust, gathered speed, and sprang into the sky. Freeman and Johns, he thought. Decker went back to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He picked up a pencil and tapped it idly on the almost blank map paper. Behind his back, he heard another jet whoom upward from the field. He let his eyes take in the base. Already it was losing its raw, burned-over look. Already it had something of the look of Earth about it, of the efficiency and common sense and get-the-job-done attitude of the men of Earth. Small groups of men stood around talking. One of them, he saw, squatted on the ground, talking something over with 3 squatting robots. Others walked around, sizing up the situation. Decker grunted with satisfaction. A capable gang of men, he thought. Most of them would have to wait around to really get down to work until the first surveys came in. But even while they waited, they would not be idle. They'd take soil samples and test them. The life that swarmed in the soil would be captured and brought in by grinning robots, and the squirming, vicious things would be pinned down and investigated, photographed, X-rayed, dissected, analyzed, observed, put through reaction tests. Trees and plants and grasses would be catalogued, and attempts made to classify them. Test pits would be dug for a look at soil strata. The river's waters would be analyzed. Sens would dredge up some of the life they held. Wells would be driven to establish water tables. All of this here, at the moment, while they waited for the first preliminary flights to bring data back that would pinpoint other areas worthy of investigation. Once those reports were in, the work would be started in dead earnest. Geologists and mineral men would probe into the planet's hide. Weather observation points would be set up. Botanists would take far-ranging check samples. Each man would do the work for which he had been trained. Field reports would pour back to the base, there to be correlated and fitted into the picture. Work, then. Work in plenty. Work by day and night. And all the time the base would be a bit of Earth. A few square yards held inviolate against all another world might muster. Decker sat easily in his chair and felt the breeze that came beneath the canvas, a gentle breeze that ruffled through his hair, rattled the papers on the table, and twitched the tacked-down map. It was pleasant here, he thought. But it wouldn't stay pleasant long. It almost never did. Some day, he thought, I'll find a pleasant planet, a paradise planet, where the weather's always perfect, and there is food for the picking of it, and natives that are intelligent to talk with, and companionable in other ways. And I will never leave it. I'll refuse to leave when the ship is ready to blast off. I'll live out my days in a fascinating corner of a lousy galaxy, a galaxy that is gaunt with hunger and mad with savagery, and lonely beyond all that may be said of loneliness. He looked up from his reverie and saw Jackson standing at the pavilion's edge, watching him. "What's the matter, Jackson?" Decker asked with sudden bitterness. "Why aren't you—" "They're bringing in a native, sir," said Jackson, breathlessly. "One of the things Waldron and Dixon saw." The native was humanoid, but he was not human. As Waldron and Dixon had said, he was a matchstick man, a flesh and blood extension of a drawing a 4-year-old might make. He was black as the ace of spades, and he wore no clothing, but the eyes that looked out of the pumpkin-shaped head at Decker were bright with a light that might have been intelligence. Decker tensed as he looked into those eyes. Then he looked away and saw the men standing silently around the pavilion's edge, silent and waiting, tense as he was. Slowly Decker reached out his hand to one of the 2 headsets of the mentograph. His fingers closed over it, and for a moment he felt a vague, but forceful, reluctance to put it on his head. It was disturbing to contact, or attempt to contact, an alien mind. It gave one a queasy feeling in the pit of the stomach. It was a thing, he thought, that man never had been intended to do, an experience that was utterly foreign to any human background. He lifted the headset slowly, fitted it over his skull, made a sign toward the second set. For a long moment the alien eyes watched him, the creature standing erect and motionless. Courage, thought Decker. Raw and naked courage. To stand there, in this suddenly unfamiliar environment that had blossomed almost overnight on familiar ground. To stand there motionless and erect, surrounded by creatures that must look as if they had dropped from some horrible nightmare. The humanoid took one step closer to the table, reached out a hand, and took the headset. Fumbling with its unfamiliarity, he clamped it on his head, and never for a moment did the eyes waver from Decker's eyes, always alert and watchful. Decker forced himself to relax, tried to force his mind into an attitude of peace and calm. That was a thing you had to be careful of. You couldn't scare these creatures. You had to lull them, quiet them down, make them feel your friendliness. They would be upset, and a sudden thought, even a suggestion of human brusqueness, would wind them up tighter than a drum. There was intelligence here, he told himself, being careful to keep his mind unruffled, a greater intelligence than one would think, looking at the creature. Intelligence enough to know that he should put on the headset, and guts enough to do it. He caught the first faint mental whiff of the matchstick man, and the pit of his stomach contracted suddenly, and there was an ache around his chest. There was nothing in the thing he caught, nothing that could be put into words, but there was an alienness. As a smell is alien. There was a non-human connotation that set one's teeth on edge. He fought back the gagging blackness of repulsive disgust that sought to break the smooth friendliness he held within his mind. We are friendly, Decker forced himself to think. We are friendly. We are friendly. We are friendly. We are friendly. We are— You should not have come, said the thought of the matchstick man. We will not harm you, Decker thought. We are friendly. We will not harm you. We will not harm. You will never leave, said the humanoid. Let us be friends, thought Decker. Let us be friends. We have gifts. We will help you. You should not have come, said the matchstick thought. But since you are here, you can never leave. Humor him, thought Decker to himself. Humor him. All right then, he thought. We will stay. We will stay, and we will be friendly. We will stay and teach you. We will give you the things we have brought for you, and we will stay with you. You will not leave, said the matchstick man's thought. And there was something so cold and logical and matter-of-fact about the way the thought was delivered that Decker suddenly was cold. The humanoid meant it, meant every word he said. He was not being dramatic, nor was he blustering, but neither was he bluffing. He actually thought that the humans would not leave, that they would not live to leave the planet. Decker smiled softly to himself. You will die here, said the humanoid thought. Die? Asked Decker. What is die? The matchstick man's thought was pure disgust. Deliberately he reached up, took off the headset, and laid it carefully back upon the table. Then he turned and walked away, and not a man made a move to stop him. Decker took off his headset and slammed it on the tabletop. Jackson, he said, pick up that phone and tell the Legion to let him through. Let him leave. Don't try to stop him. He sat limply in his chair and looked at the ring of faces that were watching him. Waldron asked, What is it, Decker? He sentenced us to death, said Decker. He said that we would not leave the planet. He said that we would die here. Strong words, said Waldron. He meant them, Decker said. He lifted a hand, flipped it wearily. He doesn't know, of course, he said. He really thinks that he can stop us from leaving. He thinks that we will die. It was an amusing situation, really, that a naked humanoid should walk out of the jungle and threaten to do away with a human survey party, that he should really think that he could do it, that he should be so positive about it. But there was not a single smile on any of the faces that looked at Decker. We can't let it get us, Decker said. Nevertheless, Waldron declared, we should take precautions. Decker nodded. We'll go on emergency alert immediately, he said. We'll stay that way until we're sure. Until we're... His voice trailed off. Sure of what? Sure that an alien savage who wore no clothing, who had not a sign of culture about him, could wipe out a group of humans, protected by a ring of steel, held within a guard of machines and robots, and a group of fighting men who knew all there was to know concerning the refinements of dealing out swift and merciless extermination to anything that moved against them. Ridiculous. Of course it was ridiculous. And yet the eyes had held intelligence. The being had not only intelligence, but courage. He had stood within a circle of, to him, alien beings, and he had not flinched. He had faced the unknown and said what there was to say, and then had walked away with a dignity any human would have been proud to wear. He must have guessed that the alien beings within the confines of the base were not of his own planet, for he had said that they should not have come, and his thought had implied that he was aware they were not of this world of his. He had understood that he was supposed to put on the headset. But whether that was an act more of courage than of intelligence, one would never know, for you could not know if he had realized what the headset had been for. Not knowing, the naked courage of clamping it to his head was of an order that could not be measured. What do you think? Decker asked Waldron. We'll have to be careful, Waldron told him evenly. We'll have to watch our step. Take all precautions now that we are warned. But there's nothing to be scared of. Nothing we can't handle. He was bluffing, Dixon said, trying to scare us into leaving. Decker shook his head. I don't think he was, he said. I tried to bluff him, and it didn't work. He's just as sure as we are. The work went on. There was no attack. The jets roared out and thrummed away, mapping the land. Field parties went out cautiously. They were flanked by robots and by legionnaires, and preceded by lumbering machines that knifed and tore and burned a roadway through even the most stubborn of the terrain they went up against. Radio weather stations were set up at distant points, and at the base, the weather tabulators clicked off on tape the data that the stations sent back. Other field parties were flown into the special areas pinpointed for more extensive exploration and investigation. And nothing happened. The days went past. The weeks went past. The machines and robots watched, and the legionnaires stood ready, and the men hurried with their work so they could get off the planet. A bed of coal was found and mapped. An iron range was discovered. One area in the mountains to the west crawled with radioactive ores. The botanists found 27 species of edible fruit. The base swarmed with animals that had been trapped as specimens and remained as pets. And a village of the matchstick men was found. It wasn't much of a place. Its huts were primitive. Its sanitation was non-existent. Its people were peaceful. Decker left his chair under the striped pavilion to lead a party to the village. The party entered cautiously, weapons ready, but being very careful not to move too fast, not to speak too quickly, not to make a motion that might be construed as hostile. The natives sat in their doorways and watched them. They did not speak, and they scarcely moved a muscle. They simply watched the humans as they marched to the center of the village. There, the robot set up a table and placed a mentograph upon it. Decker sat down in a chair and put one of the headsets on his skull. The rest of the party waited off to one side. Decker waited at the table. They waited for an hour, and not a native stirred. None came forward to put on the other headset. Decker took off the headset wearily and placed it on the table. "It's no use," he said. "It won't work. Go ahead and take your pictures, do anything you wish, but don't disturb the natives. Don't touch a single thing." He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and mopped his steaming face. Waldron came and leaned on the table. "What do you make of it?" he asked. Decker shook his head. "It haunts me," he said. "There's just one thing that I am thinking. It must be wrong. It can't be right. But the thought came to me, and I can't get rid of it." "Sometimes that happens," Waldron said. "No matter how illogical a thing may be, it sticks with a man, like a burr inside his brain." "The thought is this," said Decker, "that they have told us all that they have to tell us. That they have nothing more they wish to say to us." "That's what you thought?" said Waldron. Decker nodded. "A funny thing to think," he said. "Out of a clear sky. And it can't be right." "I don't know," said Waldron. "Nothing's right here. Notice that they haven't got a single iron tool, not a scrap of metal in evidence at all. Their cooking utensils are stone, a sort of funny stuff like soapstone. What few tools they have are stone, and yet they have a culture, and they have it without metal." "They're intelligent," said Decker. "Look at them watching us. Not afraid, just waiting calm and sure of themselves. And that fellow who came into the base, he knew what to do with the headset. Waldron sucked thoughtfully at a tooth. "We'd better be getting back to base," he said. "It's getting late." He held his wrist in front of him. "My watch has stopped. What time do you have, Decker?" Decker lifted his arm, and Waldron heard the sharp gasp of his indrawn breath. Slowly Decker raised his head and looked at the other man. "My watch has stopped too," he said, and his voice was scarcely louder than a whisper. For a moment they were graven images, shocked into immobility by a thing that should have been no more than an inconvenience. Then Waldron sprang erect from the table, whirled to face the men and robots. "Assemble!" he shouted. "Back to the base, quick!" The men came running. The robots fell into place. The columns marched away. The natives sat quietly in their doorways and watched them as they left. Decker sat in his camp chair and listened to the canvas of the pavilion snapping softly in the wind, alive in the wind, talking and laughing to itself. A lantern, hung on a ring above his head, swayed gently, casting fleeting shadows that seemed at times to be the shadows of living, moving things. A robot stood stiffly and quietly beside one of the pavilion poles. Stolidly, Decker reached out a finger and stirred the little pile of wheels and springs that lay upon the table. Sinister, he thought. Sinister and queer. The guts of watches lying on the table. Not of two watches alone, not only his and Waldron's watches, but many other watches from the wrists of other men, all of them silent, stilled in their task of marking time. Night had fallen hours before, but the base was still astir with activity that was at once feverish and furtive. Men moved about in the shadows and crossed the glaring patches of brilliance shed by the batteries of lights set up by the robots many weeks before. Watching the men, one would have sensed that they moved with a haunting sense of doom, would have known as well that they knew, deep in their inmost hearts, that there was no doom to fear. No definite thing that one could point a finger on and say, "This is the thing to fear." No direction that one might point toward and say, "Doom lies here, waiting to spring upon us." Just one small thing. Watches had stopped running. And that was a simple thing for which there must be some simple explanation. Except, thought Decker, on an alien planet no occurrence, no accident or incident can be regarded as a simple thing, for which a simple explanation must necessarily be anticipated. For the matrix of cause and effect, the mathematics of chance may not hold true on an alien planet as they hold true on Earth. There was one rule, Decker thought grimly. One rule. Take no chances. That was the one safe rule to follow, the only rule to follow. Following it, he had ordered all field parties back to base, had ordered the crew to prepare the ship for emergency takeoff, had alerted the robots to be ready at an instant to get the machines aboard, even to be prepared to desert the machines and leave without them, if circumstances should dictate that this was necessary. Having done that, there was no more to do but wait. Wait until the field parties came back from their advance camps. Wait until some reason could be assigned to the failure of the watches. It was not a thing, he told himself, that should be allowed to panic one. It was something to recognize, not to disregard. It was a circumstance that made necessary a certain number of precautions, but it was not a situation that should make one lose all sense of proportion. You could not go back to Earth and say, "Well, you see, our watches stopped, and so—" A footstep sounded, and he swung around in his chair. It was Jackson. "What is it, Jackson?" Decker asked. "The camps aren't answering, sir," said Jackson. "The operator has been trying to raise them, and there's no answer. Not a single peep." Decker grunted. "Take it easy," he said. "They will answer. Give them time." He wished, even as he spoke, that he could feel some of the assurance that he tried to put into his voice. For a second, a rising terror mounted in his throat, and he choked it back. "Sit down," he said. "We'll sit here and have a beer, and then we'll go down to the radio shack and see what's doing." He rapped on the table. "Beer," he said. "2 beers." The robot standing by the pavilion pole did not answer. He made his voice louder. The robot did not stir. Decker put his clenched fists upon the table and tried to rise, but his legs were suddenly cold and had turned unaccountably to water, and he could not raise himself. "Jackson," he panted, "go and tap that robot on the shoulder. Tell him we want beer." He saw the fear that whitened Jackson's face as he rose and moved slowly forward. Inside himself, he felt the terror start and worry at his throat. Jackson stood beside the robot and reached out a hesitant hand, tapped him gently on the shoulder, tapped him harder, and the robot fell flat upon its face. Feet hammered across the hard-packed ground, heading for the pavilion. Decker jerked himself around, sat foursquare and solid in his chair, waiting for the man who ran. It was MacDonald, the chief engineer. He halted in front of Decker, and his hands, scarred and grimy with years of fighting bulky engines, reached down and gripped the boards of the table's edge. His seamy face was twisted as if he were about to weep. "The ship, sir. The ship." Decker nodded, almost idly. "I know, Mr. MacDonald. The ship won't run." MacDonald gulped. "The big stuff's all right, sir. But the little gadgets, the injector mechanism, the—" He stopped abruptly and stared at Decker. "You knew?" he said. "How did you know?" "I knew," said Decker, "that someday it would come. Not like this, perhaps, but in any one of several ways. I knew that the day would come when our luck would run too thin. I talked big, like the rest of you, of course, but I knew that it would come. The day when we'd covered all the possibilities but the one that we could not suspect, and that, of course, would be the one that would ruin us." He was thinking. The natives had no metal, no sign of any metal in their village at all. Their dishes were soapstone, and they wore no ornaments. Their implements were stone. And yet they were intelligent enough, civilized enough, cultured enough to have fabricated metal. For there was metal here, a great deposit of it in the western mountains. They had tried, perhaps, many centuries ago, had fashioned metal tools and had them go to pieces underneath their fingers in a few short weeks. A civilization without metal, a culture without metal. It was unthinkable. Take metal from a man and he went back to the caves. Take metal from a man and he was earthbound, and his bare hands were all he had. Waldron came into the pavilion, walking quietly into the silence. "The radio is dead," he said, "and the robots are dying like flies. The place is littered with them, just so much scrap metal." Decker nodded. "The little stuff, the finely fabricated, will go first," he said. "Like watches, and radio innards, and robot brains, and injector mechanisms. Next, the generators will go, and we will have no lights or power. Then the machines will break down, and the Legion's weapons will be no more than clubs. After that, the big stuff, probably." the native told us," Waldron said, "when you talked to him. You will never leave," he said. "We didn't understand," said Decker. "We thought he was threatening us, and we knew that we were too big, too well guarded for any threat of his to harm us. He wasn't threatening us at all, of course. He was just telling us." He made a hopeless gesture with his hands. "What is it?" "No one knows," said Waldron quietly. "Not yet, at least. Later we may find out, but it won't help us any. A microbe, maybe. A virus. Something that eats iron after it has been subjected to heat, or alloyed with other metals. It doesn't go for iron ore. If it did, that deposit we found would have been gone long ago." "If that is true," said Decker, "we've brought it the first square meal it's had in a long, long time. 1,000 years, maybe 1,000,000 years. There is no fabricated metal here. How would it survive? Without stuff to eat, how would it live?" "I wouldn't know," said Waldron. "It might not be a metal-eating organism at all. It might be something else, something in the atmosphere. We tested the atmosphere." But even as the words left his mouth, Decker saw how foolish they were. They had tested the atmosphere. But how could they have detected something they had never run across before? Man's yardstick was limited to the things he knew about, limited by the circle of his own experience. He guarded himself against the obvious and the imaginable. He could not guard himself against the unknowable or the unimaginable. Decker rose and saw Jackson still standing by the pavilion pole, with the robot stretched at his feet. "You have your answer," he told the biochemist. "Remember that first day here? You talked with me in the lounge." Jackson nodded. "I remember, sir." And suddenly, Decker realized, the entire base was quiet. A gust of wind came out of the jungle and rattled the canvas. Now, for the first time since they had landed, he caught in the wind the alien smell of an alien world. Recorded by Studio Ardis, 2006. Read by Michael Wighton. Ray Bradbury. A Sound of Thunder. The sign on the wall seemed to quaver under a film of sliding warm water. Eccles felt his eyelids blink over his stare, and the sign burned in this momentary darkness. Time Safari, Inc. Safaris to any year in the past. You name the animal, we take you there. You shoot it. A warm phlegm gathered in Eccles' throat. He swallowed and pushed it down. The muscles around his mouth formed a smile as he put his hand slowly out upon the air, and in that hand waved a check for $10,000 to the man behind the desk. "Does this safari guarantee I come back alive?" "We guarantee nothing," said the official, "except the dinosaurs." He turned. "This is Mr. Travis, your safari guide in the past. He'll tell you what and where to shoot. If he says no shooting, no shooting. If you disobey instructions, there's a stiff penalty of another $10,000, plus possible government action on your return." Eccles glanced across the vast office, at a mass and tangle, a snaking and humming of wires and steel boxes, at an aurora that flickered now orange, now silver, now blue. There was a sound like a gigantic bonfire burning all of time, all the years and all the parchment calendars, all the hours piled high and set aflame. A touch of the hand, and this burning would, on the instant, beautifully reverse itself. Eccles remembered the wording in the advertisements to the letter. Out of chars and ashes, out of dust and coals, like golden salamanders the old years, the green years, might leap. Roses sweeten the air, while hair turn Irish black. Wrinkles vanish. All, everything fly back to seed, flee death, rush down to their beginnings. Suns rise in western skies and set in glorious easts. Moons eat themselves, opposite to their custom. All, and everything, cupping one in another, like Chinese boxes, rabbits into hats, all and everything returning to the fresh death, the seed death, the green death, to the time before the beginning. A touch of a hand might do it, the merest touch of a hand. "Hell and damn," Eccles breathed, the light of the machine on his thin face. "A real time machine." He shook his head. "Makes you think. If the election had gone badly yesterday, I might be here now, running away from the results. Thank God Keith won. He'll make a fine president of the United States." "Yes," said the man behind the desk. "We're lucky. If Deutscher had gotten in, we'd have the worst kind of dictatorship. There's an anti-everything man for you. A militarist, anti-Christ, anti-human, anti-intellectual. People called this up, you know, joking, but not joking. Said if Deutscher became president, they wanted to go live in 1492. Of course, it's not our business to conduct escapes, but to form safaris. Anyway, Keith's president now. All you got to worry about is shooting my dinosaur." Eccles finished it for him. "A Tyrannosaurus Rex, the thunder lizard, the damnedest monster in history. Sign this release. Anything happens to you, we're not responsible. Those dinosaurs are hungry." Eccles flushed angrily. "Trying to scare me?" "Frankly, yes. We don't want anyone going who will panic at the first shot. 6 safari leaders were killed last year, and a dozen hunters. We're here to give you the damnedest thrill a real hunter ever asked for. Traveling you back 60 million years to bag the biggest damn game in all time. Your personal check's still there. Tear it up." Mr. Eccles looked at the check for a long time. His fingers twitched. "Good luck," said the man behind the desk. "Mr. Travis, he's all yours." They moved silently across the room, taking their guns with them, toward the machine, towards the silver metal and the roaring light. First a day, and then a night, and then a day, and then a night. Then it was day, night, day, night, day, a week, a month, a year, a decade. AD 2055, AD 2019, 1999, 1957, gone. The machine roared. They put on their oxygen helmets and tested the intercoms. Eccles swayed on the padded seat, his face pale, his jaw stiff. He felt the trembling in his arms, and he looked down and found his hands tight on the new rifle. There were 4 other men in the machine. Travis, the safari leader, his assistant, Lesperance, and 2 other hunters, Billings and Kramer. They sat looking at each other, and the years blazed around them. "Can these guns get a dinosaur cold?" Eccles felt his mouth saying. "If you hit them right," said Travis on the helmet radio. "Some dinosaurs have 2 brains, one in the head, another far down the spinal column. We stay away from those. That's stretching luck. Put your first 2 shots into the eyes, if you can. Blind them, and go back into the brain. The machine howled. Time was a film run backwards. Suns fled, and 10 million moons fled after them. Good God, said Eccles. Every hunter that ever lived would envy us today. This makes Africa seem like Illinois. The machine slowed. Its scream fell to a murmur. The machine stopped. The sun stopped in the sky. The fog that had enveloped the machine blew away, and they were in an old time, a very old time indeed. 3 hunters and 2 safari heads with their blue metal guns across their knees. Christ isn't born yet, said Travis. Moses has not gone to the mountain to talk with God. The pyramids are still in the earth, waiting to be cut out and put up. Remember that. Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, none of them exists. The men nodded. That, Mr. Travis pointed, is the jungle of 60,002,055 years before President Keith. He indicated a metal path that struck off into green wilderness, over steaming swamp, among giant ferns and palms. And that, he said, is the path laid by Time Safari for your use. It floats 6 inches above the earth, doesn't touch so much as one grass blade, flower, or tree. It's an anti-gravity metal. Its purpose is to keep you from touching this world of the past in any way. Stay on the path. Don't go off it. I repeat, don't go off, for any reason. If you fall off, there's a penalty. And don't shoot any animal we don't okay. Why? Asked Eccles. They sat in the ancient wilderness. Far birds' cries blew on a wind, and the smell of tar and an old salt sea, moist grasses, and flowers the color of blood. We don't want to change the future. We don't belong here in the past. The government doesn't like us here. We have to pay big graft to keep our franchise. A time machine is damn finicky business. Not knowing it, we might kill an important animal, a small bird, a roach, a flower even, thus destroying an important link in a growing species. That's not clear, said Eccles. All right, Travis continued. Say we accidentally kill one mouse here. That means all the future families of this one particular mouse are destroyed, right? Right. And all the families of the families of the families of that one mouse. With a stamp of your foot, you annihilate first 1, then 12, then 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000 possible mice. So they're dead, said Eccles. So what? So what? Travis snorted quietly. Well, what about the foxes that'll need those mice to survive? For want of 10 mice, a fox dies. For want of 10 foxes, a lion starves. For want of a lion, all manner of insects, vultures, infinite billions of life forms are thrown into chaos and destruction. Eventually, it all boils down to this. 59 million years later, a caveman, one of a dozen on the entire world, goes hunting wild boar or saber-toothed tiger for food. But you, friend, have stepped on all the tigers in that region by stepping on one single mouse. So the caveman starves. And the caveman, please note, is not just any expendable man. No, he is an entire future nation. From his loins would have sprung 10 sons. From their loins, 100 sons, and thus onward to a civilization.
Destroy this one man, and you destroy a race, a people, an entire history of life. It is comparable to slaying some of Adam's grandchildren. The stomp of your foot on one mouse could start an earthquake, the effects of which could shake our earth and destinies down through time to their very foundations. With the death of that one caveman, a billion others yet unborn are throttled in the womb. Perhaps Rome never rises on its 7 hills. Perhaps Europe is forever a dark forest, and only Asia waxes healthy and teeming. Step on a mouse, and you crush the pyramids. Step on a mouse, and you leave your print like a Grand Canyon across eternity. Queen Elizabeth might never be born. Washington might not cross the Delaware. There might never be a United States at all. So be careful. Stay on the path. Never step off.
I see, said Eccles.
Then it wouldn't pay for us even to touch the grass. Correct. Crushing certain plants could add up infinitesimally. A little error here would multiply in 60 million years, all out of proportion. Of course, maybe our theory is wrong. Maybe time can't be changed by us. Or maybe it can be changed, only in little subtle ways. A dead mouse here makes an insect imbalance there, a population disproportion later, a bad harvest further on, a depression, mass starvation, and finally a change in social temperament in far-flung countries. Something much more subtle, like that. Perhaps only a soft breath, a whisper, a hair, pollen on the air, such a slight change that unless you looked close, you wouldn't see it. Who knows? Who really can say he knows? We don't know. We're guessing. But until we do know for certain whether our messing around in time can make a big roar or a little rustle in history, we're being damned careful. This machine, this path, your clothing and bodies were sterilized, as you know, before the journey. We wear these oxygen helmets so we can't introduce our bacteria into an ancient atmosphere. How do we know which animals to shoot? They're marked with red paint, said Travis. Today, before our journey, we sent Lesperance here back with the machine. He came to this particular era and followed certain animals. Studying them. Right, said Lesperance. I track them through their entire existence, noting which of them lives longest. Very few. How many times they mate? Not often. Life's short. When I find one that's going to die when a tree falls on him, or one that drowns in a tar pit, I note the exact hour, minute, and second. I shoot a paint bomb. It leaves a red patch on his hide. We can't miss it. Then, I correlate our arrival in the past so that we meet the monster not more than 2 minutes before he would have died anyway. This way, we kill only animals with no future that are never going to mate again. You see how careful we are. But if you came back this morning in time, said Eccles eagerly, you must have bumped into us, our safari. How did it turn out? Was it successful? Did all of us get through? Alive? Travis and Lesperance gave each other a look. That'd be a paradox, said the latter. Time doesn't permit that sort of mess, a man meeting himself. When such occasions threaten, time steps aside, like an airplane hitting an air pocket. You felt the machine jump just before we stopped? That was us, passing ourselves, on the way back to the future. We saw nothing. There's no way of telling if this expedition was a success, if we got our monster,
or whether all of us, meaning you, Mr. Eccles, got out alive." Eccles smiled palely. "Cut that," said Travis sharply. "Everyone on his feet." They were ready to leave the machine. The jungle was high, and the jungle was broad, and the jungle was the entire world forever and forever. Sounds like music and sounds like flying tents filled the sky, and those were pterodactyls soaring with cavernous grey wings, gigantic bats out of delirium and a night fever. Eccles, balanced on the narrow path, aimed his rifle playfully. "Stop that," said Travis. "Don't even aim for fun, damn it. If your gun should go off." Eccles flushed. "Where's our Tyrannosaurus?" Lesperance checked his wristwatch. "Up ahead. We'll bisect his trail in 60 seconds. Look for the red paint, for Christ's sake. Don't shoot till we give the word. Stay on the path. Stay on the path." They moved forward in the wind of morning. "Strange," murmured Eccles. "Up ahead, 60 million years, election day over. Keith made president, everyone celebrating, and here we are, a million years lost, and they don't exist. The things we worried about for months, a lifetime, not even born or thought about yet." "Safety catches off, everyone," ordered Travis. "You, first shot, Eccles. Second, Billings. Third, Kramer." "I've hunted tiger, wild boar, buffalo, elephant, but Jesus, this is it," said Eccles. "I'm shaking like a kid." "Ah," said Travis. Everyone stopped. Travis raised his hand. "Ahead," he whispered. "In the mist. There he is. There's His Royal Majesty now." The jungle was wide and full of twitterings, rustlings, murmurs, and sighs. Suddenly it all ceased, as if someone had shut a door. Silence. A sound of thunder. Out of the mist, 100 yards away, came Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Jesus God!" whispered Eccles. "Shh!" It came on great oiled, resistant, striding legs. It towered 30 feet above half of the trees, a great evil god, folding its delicate watchmaker's claws close to its oily reptilian chest. Each lower leg was a piston, 1,000 pounds of white bone sunk in thick ropes of muscle, sheathed over in a gleam of pebbled skin like the mail of a terrible warrior. Each thigh was a ton of meat, ivory, and steel mesh. And from the great breathing cage of the upper body, those 2 delicate arms dangled out front, arms with hands, which might pick up and examine men like toys while the snake neck coiled. And the head itself, a ton of sculptured stone, lifted easily upon the sky. Its mouth gaped, exposing a fence of teeth like daggers. Its eyes rolled, ostrich eggs, empty of all expression save hunger. It closed its mouth in a death grin. It ran, its pelvic bones crushing aside trees and bushes, its taloned feet clawing damp earth, leaving prints 6 inches deep wherever it settled its weight. It ran with the gliding ballet step, far too poised and balanced for its 10 tons. It moved into a sunlit arena warily, its beautifully reptile hands feeling the air. "My God!" Eccles twitched his mouth. "It could reach up and grab the moon." "Shh!" Travis jerked angrily. "He hasn't seen us yet." "It can't be killed." Eccles pronounced this verdict quietly, as if there could be no argument. He had weighed the evidence, and this was his considered opinion. The rifle in his hands seemed a cap gun.
"We were fools to come. This is impossible. Shut up," hissed Travis. "Nightmare."
"Turn around," commanded Travis. "Walk quietly to the machine. We'll remit you 1/2 your fee."
"I didn't realize it would be this big," said Eccles. "I miscalculated, that's all. And now I want out. It sees us. There's the red paint on its chest."
The thunder lizard raised itself. Its armored flesh glittered like 1,000 green coins. The coins, crusted with slime, steamed. In the slime, tiny insects wriggled, so that the entire body seemed to twitch and undulate, even while the monster itself did not move. It exhaled. The stink of raw flesh blew down the wilderness.
"Get me out of here," said Eccles. "It was never like this before. I was always sure I'd come through alive. I had good guides, good safaris, and safety. This time, I figured wrong. I've met my match and admit it. This is too much for me to get hold of."
"Don't run," said Lesperance. "Turn around. Hide in the machine."
"Yes."
Eccles seemed to be numb. He looked at his feet, as if trying to make them move. He gave a grunt of helplessness.
"Eccles!"
He took a few steps, blinking, shuffling.
"Not that way!"
The monster, at the first motion, lunged forward with a terrible scream. It covered 100 yards in 4 seconds. The rifles jerked up and blazed fire. A windstorm from the beast's mouth engulfed them in the stench of slime and old blood. The monster roared, teeth glittering with sun. Eccles, not looking back, walked blindly to the edge of the path, his gun limp in his arms, stepped off the path, and walked, not knowing it, in the jungle. His feet sank into green moss. His legs moved him, and he felt alone and remote from the events behind. The rifles cracked again. Their sound was lost in shriek and lizard thunder. The great lever of the reptile's tail swung up, lashed sideways. Trees exploded in clouds of leaf and branch. The monster twitched its jeweler's hands down to fondle at the men, to twist them in half, to crush them like berries, to cram them into its teeth and its screaming throat. Its boulder stone eyes leveled with the men. They saw themselves mirrored. They fired at the metallic eyelids and the blazing black iris. Like a stone idol, like a mountain avalanche, Tyrannosaurus fell. Thundering, it clutched trees, pulled them with it. It wrenched and tore the metal path. The men flung themselves back and away. The body hit. 10 tons of cold flesh and stone. The guns fired. The monster lashed its armored tail, twitched its snake jaws, and lay still. A fount of blood spurted from its throat. Somewhere inside, a sack of fluids burst. Sickening gushes drenched the hunters. They stood, red and glistening. The thunder faded. The jungle was silent. After the avalanche, a green peace. After the nightmare, morning. Billings and Kramer sat on the pathway and threw up. Travis and Lesperance stood with smoking rifles, cursing steadily. In the time machine, on his face, Eccles lay shivering. He had found his way back to the path, climbed into the machine. Travis came walking, glanced at Eccles, took cotton gauze from a metal box, and returned to the others who were sitting on the path.
Clean up."
They wiped the blood from their helmets. They began to curse, too. The monster lay, a hill of solid flesh. Within, you could hear the sighs and murmurs as the furthest chambers of it died, the organs malfunctioning, liquids running a final instant from pocket to sac to spleen, everything shutting off, closing up forever. It was like standing by a wrecked locomotive or a steam shovel at quitting time, all valves being released or levered tight. Bones cracked, the tonnage of its own flesh, off balance, dead weight, snapped the delicate forearms caught underneath. The meat settled, quivering. Another cracking sound. Overhead, a gigantic tree branch broke from its heavy mooring, fell. It crashed upon the dead beast with finality. "There!" Lesperance checked his watch. "Right on time. That's the giant tree that was scheduled to fall and kill this animal originally." He glanced at the two hunters. "You want the trophy picture?" "What?" "We can't take a trophy back to the future. The body has to stay right here where it would have died originally, so the insects, birds, and bacteria can get at it as they were intended to. Everything in balance. The body stays. But we can take a picture of you standing near it." The two men tried to think, but gave up, shaking their heads. They let themselves be led along the metal path. They sank wearily into the machine cushions. They gazed back at the ruined monster, the stagnating mound, where already strange reptilian birds and golden insects were busy at the steaming armor. A sound on the floor of the time machine stiffened them. Eccles sat there, shivering. "I'm sorry," he said at last. "Get up," cried Travis. Eccles got up. "Go out on that path alone," said Travis. He had his rifle pointed. "You're not coming back in the machine. We're leaving you here." Lesperance seized Travis's arm. "Wait! Stay out of this!" Travis shook his hand away. "This son of a bitch nearly killed us. But it isn't that so much. Hell no. It's his shoes. Look at them. He ran off the path. My God, that ruins us. Christ knows how much we'll forfeit. Tens of thousands of dollars of insurance. We guarantee no one leaves the path. He left it. Oh, the damn fool. I'll have to report to the government. They might revoke our license to travel. God knows what he's done to time, to history. Take it easy. All he did was kick up some dirt. How do we know? Cried Travis. We don't know anything. It's all a damn mystery. Get out there, Eccles. Eccles fumbled his shirt. I'll pay anything. $100,000. Travis glared at Eccles' checkbook and spat. Go out there. The monster's next to the path. Stick your arms up to your elbows in his mouth. Then you can come back with us. That's unreasonable. The monster's dead, you yellow bastard. The bullets can't be left behind. They don't belong in the past. They might change something. Here's my knife. Dig them out. The jungle was alive again, full of the old tremorings and bird cries. Eccles turned slowly to regard that primeval garbage dump, that hill of nightmares and terror. After a long time, like a sleepwalker, he shuffled out along the path. He returned, shuddering, 5 minutes later, his arms soaked and red to the elbows. He held out his hands. Each held a number of steel bullets. Then he fell. He lay where he fell, not moving. "You didn't have to make him do that," said Lesperance. "Didn't I? It's too early to tell." Travis nudged the still body. "He'll live. Next time he won't go hunting game like this, okay?" He jerked his thumb wearily at Lesperance. "Switch on. Let's go home." 1492, 1776, 1812. They cleaned their hands and faces. They changed their caking shirts and pants. Eccles was up and around again, not speaking. Travis glared at him for a full 10 minutes. "Don't look at me," cried Eccles. "I haven't done anything." "Who can tell?" "Just ran off the path, that's all. A little mud on my shoes. What do you want me to do? Get down and pray?" "We might need it." "I'm warning you, Eccles. I might kill you yet. I've got my gun ready." "I'm innocent. I've done nothing." 1999, 2000, 2055. The machine stopped. "Get out," said Travis. The room was there, as they had left it, but not the same as they had left it. The same man sat behind the same desk, but the same man did not quite sit behind the same desk. Travis looked around swiftly. "Everything okay here?" he snapped. "Fine. Welcome home." Travis did not relax. He seemed to be looking at the very atoms of the air itself, at the way the sun poured through the one high window. "Okay, Eccles, get out. Don't ever come back." Eccles could not move. "You heard me," said Travis. "What are you staring at?" Eccles stood smelling the air, and there was a thing to the air, a chemical taint so subtle, so slight, that only a faint cry of his subliminal senses warned him it was there. The colors, white, gray, blue, orange, in the wall, in the furniture, in the sky beyond the window were... And there was a feel. His flesh twitched. His hands twitched. He stood drinking the oddness with the pores of his body. Somewhere, someone must have been screaming one of those whistles that only a dog can hear. His body screamed silence in return. Beyond this room, beyond this wall, beyond this man who was not quite the same man seated at this desk, that was not quite the same desk, lay an entire world of streets and people. What sort of world it was now, there was no telling. He could feel them moving there, beyond the walls almost, like so many chess pieces blown in a dry wind. But the immediate thing was the sign painted on the office wall, the same sign he had read earlier today on first entering. Somehow, the sign had changed. Time Safari Inc. Safaris to any year in the past. You name the animal, we take you there, you shoot it. Eccles felt himself fall into a chair. He fumbled crazily at the thick slime on his boots. He held up a clod of dirt, trembling. "No, it can't be. Not a little thing like that. No!" Embedded in the mud, glistening green and gold and black, was a butterfly, very beautiful and very dead. "Not a little thing like that! Not a butterfly!" cried Eccles. It fell to the floor, an exquisite thing, a small thing, that could upset balances and knock down a line of small dominoes, and then big dominoes, and then gigantic dominoes, all down the years across time. Eccles' mind whirled. It couldn't change things. Killing one butterfly couldn't be that important. Could it? His face was cold. His mouth trembled, asking, Who won the presidential election yesterday? The man behind the desk laughed. You joking? You know damn well. Deutscher, of course. Who else? Not the damn weakling Keith. We got an Iron Man now. A man with guts, by God. The official stopped. What's wrong? Eccles moaned. He dropped to his knees. He scrabbled at the golden butterfly with shaking fingers. Can't we? He pleaded to the world, to himself, to the officials, to the machine. Can't we take it back? Can't we make it alive again? Can't we start over? Can't we? He did not move. Eyes shut, he waited, shivering. He heard Travis breathe loud in the room. He heard Travis shift his rifle, click the safety catch, and raise the weapon. There was a sound of thunder.
The Dragon. The night blew in the short grass on the moor. There was no other motion. It had been years since a single bird had flown by in the great blind shell of sky. Long ago, a few small stones had simulated life when they crumbled and fell into dust. Now, only the night moved in the souls of the two men bent by their lonely fire in the wilderness. Darkness pumped quietly in their veins and ticked silently in their temples and their wrists. Firelight fled up and down their wild faces and welled in their eyes in orange tatters. They listened to each other's faint, cool breathing and the lizard blink of their eyelids. At last, one man poked the fire with his sword. Don't, idiot! You'll give us away. No matter, said the second man. The dragon can smell us miles off anyway. God's breath, it's cold. I wish I was back at the castle. It's death, not sleep we're after. Why? Why? The dragon never sets foot in the town. Quiet, fool! He eats men traveling alone from our town to the next. Let them be eaten and let us get home. Wait now. Listen. The two men froze. They waited a long time, but there was only the shake of their horses' nervous skin, like black velvet tambourines, jingling the silver stirrup buckles. Softly, softly. Ah, the second man sighed. What a land of nightmares. Everything happens here. Someone blows out the sun, it's night. And then, oh God, listen. This dragon, they say his eyes are fire, his breath a white gas. You can see him burn across the dark lands. He runs with sulfur and thunder and kindles the grass. Sheep panic and die insane. Women deliver forth monsters. The dragon's fury is such that tower walls shake back to dust. His victims, at sunrise, are strewn hither and thither on the hills. How many nights, I ask, have gone for this monster and failed, even as we shall fail. Enough of that. More than enough. Out here in this desolation, I cannot tell what year this is. 900 years since the Nativity. No, whispered the second man, eyes shut. On this moor is no time, is only forever. I feel if I ran back on the road, the town would be gone. The people yet unborn, things changed, the castles unquarried from the rocks, the timbers still uncut from the forests. Don't ask how I know. The moor knows and tells me. And here we sit alone in the land of the fire dragon. God save us. Be you afraid? Then gird on your armor. What use? The dragon runs from nowhere. We cannot guess its home. It vanishes in fog. We know not where it goes. Aye, on with our armor. We'll die well dressed. Half into his silver corselet, the second man stopped again, and turned his head. Across the dim country, full of night and nothingness from the heart of the moor itself, the wind sprang full of dust from clocks that used dust for telling time. There were black suns burning in the heart of this new wind, and a million burnt leaves shaken from some autumn tree beyond the horizon. This wind melted landscapes, lengthened bones like white wax, made the blood boil and thicken to a muddy deposit in the brain. The wind was 1,000 souls dying, and all time confused and in transit. It was a fog inside of a mist, inside of a darkness, and this place was no man's place, and there was no year or hour at all, but only these men in a faceless emptiness of sudden frost, storm, and white thunder which moved behind the great falling pane of green glass that was the lightning. A squall of rain drenched the turf, all faded away until there was unbreathing hush, and the two men waiting alone with their warmth in a cool season. There, whispered the first man. Oh, there! Miles off, rushing, with a great chant and a roar. The dragon. In silence, the men buckled on their armor and mounted their horses. The midnight wilderness was split by a monstrous gushing as the dragon roared nearer, nearer. Its flashing yellow glare spurted above a hill, and then, fold on fold of dark body, distantly seen, therefore indistinct, flowed over that hill and plunged, vanishing into a valley. Quick! They spurred their horses forward to a small hollow. This is where it passes. They seized their lances with mailed fists and blinded their horses by flipping the visors down over their eyes. Lord. Yes, let us use his name. On the instant, the dragon rounded a hill. Its monstrous amber eye fed on them, fired their armor in red glints and glitters. With a terrible, wailing cry and a grinding rush, it flung itself forward. Mercy, God! The lance struck under the unlidded yellow eye, buckled, tossed the man through the air. The dragon hit, spilled him over, down, ground him under. Passing, the black brunt of its shoulder smashed the remaining horse and rider 100 feet against the side of a boulder, wailing, wailing, the dragon shrieking, fire all about, around, under it, a pink, yellow, orange sunfire with great soft plumes of blinding smoke. "Did you see it?" cried a voice. "Just like I told you." "The same! The same! A knight in armor, by the Lord Harry! We hit him!" "You going to stop?" "Did once. Found nothing. Don't like to stop on this moor. I get the willies. Gotta feel it has. But we hit something. Gave him plenty of whistle, chap wouldn't budge." A steaming blast cut the mist aside. "We'll make Stokely on time. More coal, eh, Fred?" Another whistle shook dew from the empty sky. The night train, in fire and fury, shot through a gully, up a rise, and vanished over cold earth towards the north, leaving black smoke and steam to dissolve in the numbed air minutes after it had passed and gone forever. The Headpiece. The parcel arrived in the late afternoon mail. Mr. Andrew Lemon knew what was inside by shaking it. It whispered in there like a large, hairy tarantula. It took him some time to get up his courage, tremble the wrappings open, and remove the lid from the white cardboard box. There, the bristly thing lay on its snowy tissue bed, as impersonal as the black horse-chair clock springs stuffed in an old sofa. Andrew Lemon chuckled. Indians come and gone, left this piece of a massacre behind as a sign, a warning. Well, there. And he fitted the new patent leather black shining toupee to his naked scalp. He tugged at it like someone touching his cap to passers-by. The toupee fitted perfectly, covering the neat, coin-round hole which marred the top of his brow. Andrew Lemon gazed at the strange man in the mirror and yelled with delight. "Hey there! Who are you? Face is familiar, but by gosh now, pass you on the street without looking twice. Why? Because it's gone. Darn holes covered, nobody'd guess it was ever there. Happy New Year, man, that's what it is. Happy New Year." He walked around and around his little apartment, smiling, needing to do something, but not yet ready to open the door and surprise the world. He walked by the mirror, glancing sidewise at someone going past there, and each time laughed and shook his head. Then he sat down in the rocker and rocked, grinning, and tried to look at a couple of copies of Wild West Weekly, and then Thrilling Movie Magazine. But he couldn't keep his right hand from crawling up along his face tremulously to feel at the rim of that crisp, new sedge above his ears. "Let me buy you a drink, young fellow." He opened the fly-specked medicine cabinet and took 3 gulps from a bottle. Eyes watering, he was on the verge of cutting himself a chew of tobacco when he stopped, listening. Outside, in the dark hallway, there was a sound like a field mouse moving softly, daintily, on the threadbare carpeting. "Miss Fremwell," he said to the mirror. Suddenly, the toupee was off his head and into the box, as if, frightened, it had scuttled back there of itself. He clapped the lid down, sweating cold, afraid of even the sound that woman made moving by like a summer breeze. He tiptoed to the door that was nailed shut in one wall, and bent his raw and now furiously blushing head. He heard Miss Fremwell unlock her door and shut it, and move delicately about her room with little tinkles of chinaware and chimes of cutlery, turning in a merry-go-round to make her dinner. He backed away from that door that was bolted, locked, latched, and driven shut with its 4-inch hard steel nails. He thought of the nights he had flinched in bed, thinking he heard her quietly pulling out the nails, touching at the bolts, and slithering the latch, and how it always took him an hour to turn away towards sleep after that. Now she would rustle about her room for an hour or so. It would grow dark. The stars would be out and shining when he tapped on her door and asked if she'd sit on the porch or walk in the park. Then the only way she could possibly know of this third blind and staring eye in his head would be to run her hand in a braille-like motion there. But her small, white fingers had never moved within 1,000 miles of that scar, which was no more to her than, well, one of those pockmarks off on the full moon tonight. His toe brushed a copy of Wonder Science Tales. He snorted. Perhaps if she thought at all of his damaged head. She wrote songs and poems, didn't she, once in a while? She figured that a long time back a meteor had run and hit him and vanished up there, where there were no shrubs or trees, where it was just white, above his eyes. He snorted again and shook his head. Perhaps. But however she thought, he would see her only when the sun had set. He waited another hour, from time to time spitting out the window into the warm summer night. 8:30. Here goes. He opened the hall door and stood for a moment looking back at that nice new toupee hidden in its box. No, he still could not bring himself to wear it. He stepped along the hall to Miss Naomi Fremwell's door, a door so thinly made it seemed to beat with the sound of her small heart there behind it. "Miss Fremwell," he whispered. He wanted to cup her like a small white bird in his great bold hands, speak soft to her quietness. But then, in wiping the sudden perspiration from his brow, he found again the pit, and only at the last quick moment saved himself from falling over, in, and screaming down. He clapped his hand to that place to cover that emptiness. After he had held his hand tight to the hole for a long moment, he was then afraid to pull his hand away. It had changed. Instead of being afraid he might fall in there, he was afraid something terrible, something secret, something private might gush out and drown him. He brushed his free hand across her door, disturbing little more than dust. "Miss Fremwell?" He looked to see if there were too many lamps lit under her door-sill, the light of which might strike out at him when she swung the door wide. The very thrust of lamplight alone might knock his hand away and reveal that sunken wound. Then mightn't she peer through it like a keyhole into his life? The light was dim under the door-sill. He made a fist of one hand and brought it down gently 3 times on Miss Fremwell's door. The door opened and moved slowly back. Later, on the front porch, feverishly adjusting and readjusting his senseless legs, perspiring, he tried to work around to asking her to marry him. When the moon rose high, the hole in his brow looked like a leaf shadow fallen there. If he kept one profile to her, the crater did not show. It was hidden away over on the other side of his world. It seemed that when he did this, though, he only had half as many words and felt only half a man. "Miss Fremwell," he managed to say at last. "Yes?" She looked at him as if she didn't quite see him. "Miss Naomi, I don't suppose you ever really noticed me lately." She waited. He went on. "I've been noticing you. Fact is, well, I might as well put it right out on the line and get it over with. We been sitting out here on the porch for quite a few months. I mean, we've known each other a long time. Sure, you're good 15 years younger than me, but would there be anything wrong with our getting engaged, do you think?" "Thank you very much, Mr. Lemon," she said quickly. She was very polite. "But—" "Oh, I know," he said, edging forward with the words. "I know. It's my head. It's always this darn thing up here on my head." She looked at his turned-away profile in the uncertain light. "Why, no, Mr. Lemon. I don't think I would say that. I don't think that's it at all. I have wondered a bit about it, certainly, but I don't think it's an interference in any way. A friend of mine, a very dear friend, married a man once, I recall, who had a wooden leg. She told me she didn't even know he had it after a while." "It's always this darn hole," cried Mr. Lemon bitterly. He took out his plug of tobacco, looked at it as if he might bite it, decided not to, and put it away. He formed a couple of fists and stared at them bleakly as if they were big rocks. "Well, I'll tell you all about it, Miss Naomi. I'll tell you how it happened." "You don't have to if you don't want." "I was married once, Miss Naomi. Yes, I was, darn it. And one day, my wife, she just took hold of a hammer and hit me right on the head." Miss Fremwell gasped. It was as if she had been struck herself. Mr. Lemon brought one clenching fist down through the warm air. "Yes, ma'am. She hit me straight on with that hammer, she did. I tell you, the world blew up on me. Everything fell down on me. It was like the house coming down in one heap. That one little hammer buried me. Buried me. The pain, I can't tell you." Miss Fremwell turned in on herself. She shut her eyes and thought, biting her lips. Then she said, "Oh, poor Mr. Lemon." "She did it so calm," said Mr. Lemon, puzzled. "She just stood over me where I lay on the couch, and it was a Tuesday afternoon, about 2 o'clock, and she said, 'Andrew, wake up.' And I opened my eyes and looked at her, is all, and then she hit me with that hammer." "Oh, Lord." "But why?" asked Miss Fremwell. "For no reason. No reason at all. Oh, what an ornery woman." "But why should she do a thing like that?" said Miss Fremwell. "I told you. For no reason." "She was crazy?" "Must have been. Oh, yes, she must have been." "Did you prosecute her?" "Well, no, I didn't. After all, she didn't know what she was doing." "Did it knock you out?" Mr. Lemon paused, and there it was again, so clear, so tall in his mind, the old thought of it. Seeing it there, he put it in words. "No. I remember just standing up. I stood up, and I said to her, 'What did you do?' And I stumbled towards her. There was a mirror. I saw the hole in my head, deep, and blood coming out. It made an Indian of me. She just stood there, my wife did. And at last she screamed 3 kinds of horror and dropped that hammer on the floor and ran out the door." "Did you faint then?" "No, I didn't faint. I got out on the street some way, and I mumbled to somebody I needed a doctor. I got on a bus, mind you, a bus, and paid my fare, and said to leave me by some doctor's house downtown. Everybody screamed, I tell you. I got sort of weak then, and next thing I knew the doctor was working on my head, had it cleaned out like a new thimble, like a bunghole in a barrel." He reached up and touched that spot now, fingers hovering over it as a delicate tongue hovers over the vacated area where once grew a fine tooth. "A neat job. The doctor kept staring at me too, as if he expected me to fall down dead any minute." "How long did you stay in the hospital?" 2 days. Then I was up and around, feeling no better, no worse. By that time, my wife had picked up and skedaddled." "Oh, my goodness, my goodness," said Miss Fremwell, recovering her breath. "My heart's going like an egg beater. I can hear and feel and see it all, Mr. Lemon. Why? Why, oh, why did she do it?" "I already told you. For no reason I could see. She was just took with a notion, I guess." "But there must have been an argument." Blood drummed in Mr. Lemon's cheeks. He felt that place up there on his head glow like a fiery crater. "There wasn't no argument. I was just sitting, peaceful as you please. I like to sit, my shoes off, my shirt unbuttoned afternoons." Did you know any other women?" "No, never. None." "You didn't drink?" "Just a nip once in a while. You know how it is." "Did you gamble?" No. But a hole punched in your head like that, Mr. Lemon, my land all over nothing. You women are all alike. You see something and right off you expect the worst. I tell you there was no reason. She just fancied hammers. What did she say before she hit you? Just, wake up, Andrew. No, before that. Nothing. Not for half an hour or an hour, anyway. Oh, she said something about wanting to go shopping for something or other, but I said it was too hot. I'd better lie down. I didn't feel so good. She didn't appreciate how I felt. She must have got mad and thought about it for an hour and grabbed that hammer and come in and gone kermash. I think the weather got her, too. Miss Fremwell sat back thoughtfully in the lattice shadow, her brows moving slowly up and then slowly down. How long were you married to her? A year. I remember we got married in July, and in July it was I got sick. Sick? I wasn't a well man. I worked in a garage. Then I got these backaches, so I couldn't work and had to lie down afternoons. Ellie, she worked in the First National Bank. I see, said Miss Fremwell. What? Nothing, she said. I'm an easy man to get on with. I don't talk too much. I'm easygoing and relaxed. I don't waste money. I'm economical. Even Ellie had to admit that. I don't argue. Why, sometimes Ellie would jaw at me and jaw at me, like bouncing a ball hard on a house, but me not bouncing back. I just sat. I took it easy. What's the use of always stirring around and talking, right? Miss Fremwell looked over at Mr. Lemon's brow in the moonlight. Her lips moved, but he could not hear what she said. Suddenly, she straightened up and took a deep breath and blinked around, surprised to see the world out beyond the porch lattice. The sounds of traffic came into the porch now, as if they had been tuned up. They had been so quiet for a time. Miss Fremwell took a deep breath and let it out. As you yourself say, Mr. Lemon, nobody ever got anywhere arguing. Right, he said. I'm easygoing, I tell you. But Miss Fremwell's eyes were lidded now, and her mouth was strange. He sensed this, and tapered off. A night wind blew, fluttering her light summer dress and the sleeves of his shirt. It's late, said Miss Fremwell. Only 9 o'clock. I have to get up early tomorrow. But you haven't answered my question yet, Miss Fremwell. Question? She blinked. Oh, the question! Yes. She rose from the wicker seat. She hunted around in the dark for the screen doorknob. Oh, now, Mr. Lemon, let me think it over. That's fair enough, he said. No use arguing, is there? The screen door closed. He heard her find her way down the dark, warm hall. He breathed shallowly, feeling of the third eye in his head, the eye that saw nothing. He felt a vague unhappiness shift around inside his chest like an illness brought on by too much talking. And then he thought of the fresh white gift box, waiting, with its lid on, in his room. He quickened. Opening the screen door, he walked down the silent hall and went into his room. Inside, he slipped and almost fell on a slick copy of True Romance Tales. He switched on the light excitedly, smiling, fumbled the box open, and lifted the toupee from the tissues. He stood before the bright mirror and followed directions with the spirit gum and tapes, and tucked it here and stuck it there and shifted it again and combed it neat. Then he opened the door and walked along the hall to knock for Miss Fremwell. "Miss Naomi," he called, smiling. The light under her door clicked out at the sound of his voice. He stared at the dark keyhole with disbelief. "Oh, Miss Naomi?" he said again, quickly. Nothing happened in the room. It was dark. After a moment, he tried the knob, experimentally. The knob rattled. He heard Miss Fremwell sigh. He heard her say something. Again, the words were lost. Her small feet tapped to the door. The light came on. "Yes?" she said behind the panel. "Look, Miss Naomi," he entreated. "Open the door. Look." The bolt of the door snapped back. She jerked the door open about an inch. One of her eyes looked at him sharply. "Look," he announced proudly, adjusting the toupee so it very definitely covered the sunken crater. He imagined he saw himself in her bureau mirror and was pleased. "Look here, Miss Fremwell." She opened the door a bit wider and looked. Then she slammed the door and locked it. From behind the thin paneling, her voice was toneless. "I can still see the hole, Mr. Lemon," she said. The Wonderful Ice Cream Suit. It was summer twilight in the city, and out front of the quiet, clicking pool hall, 3 young Mexican-American men breathed the warm air and looked around at the world. Sometimes they talked, and sometimes they said nothing at all, but watched the cars glide by like black panthers on the hot asphalt, or saw trolleys loom up like thunderstorms, scatter lightning, and rumble away into silence. "Hey," sighed Martinez at last. He was the youngest, the most sweetly sad of the 3. "It's a swell night, huh?" Swell. As he observed the world, it moved very close, and then drifted away, and then came close again. People, brushing by, were suddenly across the street. Buildings 5 miles away suddenly leaned over him. But most of the time everything, people, cars, and buildings, stayed way out on the edge of the world and could not be touched. On this quiet, warm summer evening, Martinez's face was cold. Nights like this, you wish lots of things. "Wishing," said the second man, Villanazul, a man who shouted books out loud in his room, but spoke only in whispers on the street. "Wishing is the useless pastime of the unemployed." "Unemployed?" cried Vamenos, the unshaven. "Listen to him. We got no jobs, no money." "So," said Martinez, "we got no friends." "True." Villanazul gazed off towards the green plaza, where the palm trees swayed in the soft night wind. Do you know what I wish? I wish to go into that plaza and speak among the businessmen who gather there nights to talk big talk. But, dressed as I am, poor as I am, who would listen? So, Martinez, we have each other. The friendship of the poor is real friendship. But now, a handsome young Mexican with a fine, thin mustache strolled by, and on each of his careless arms hung a laughing woman. Madre mia! Martinez slapped his own brow. How does that one rate 2 friends? It's his nice new white summer suit. Vamenos chewed a black thumbnail. He looks sharp. Martinez leaned out to watch the 3 people moving away, and then the tenement across the street, in one 4th-floor window of which, far above, a beautiful girl leaned out, her hair faintly stirred by the wind. She had been there forever, which was to say, for 6 weeks. He had nodded, he had raised a hand, he had smiled, he had blinked rapidly, he had even bowed to her on the street, in the hall when visiting friends, in the park downtown. Even now, he put his hand up from his waist and moved his fingers. But all the lovely girl did was let the summer wind stir her dark hair. He did not exist. He was nothing. Madre mia! He looked away and down the street where the man walked his 2 friends around a corner. Oh, if I had just 1 suit, 1! I wouldn't need money if I looked okay. I hesitate to suggest, said Villanazul, that you see Gomez. But he's been talking some crazy talk for a month now, about clothes. I keep on saying I'll be in on it to make him go away. That Gomez. Friend, said a quiet voice. Gomez. Everyone turned to stare. Smiling strangely, Gomez pulled forth an endless, thin yellow ribbon, which fluttered and swirled on the summer air. Gomez, said Martinez, what are you doing with that tape measure? Gomez beamed. Measuring people's skeletons. Skeletons? Hold on. Gomez squinted at Martinez. Caramba! Where have you been all my life? Let's try you. Martinez saw his arm seized and taped, his leg measured, his chest encircled. Hold still, cried Gomez. Arm, perfect. Leg, chest, perfectamente. Now, quick, the height. There, yes, 5'5". You're in. Shake. Pumping Martinez's hand, he stopped suddenly. Wait. You got $10? I have. Vamanos waved some grimy bills. Gomez, measure me. All I got left in the world is $9.92. Martinez searched his pockets. That's enough for a new suit? Why? Why? Because you got the right skeleton. That's why. Senor Gomez, I don't hardly know you. Know me? You're going to live with me. Come on. Gomez vanished into the pool room. Martinez, escorted by the polite Villanazul, pushed by an eager Vamenos, found himself inside. "Dominguez," said Gomez. Dominguez, at a wall telephone, winked at them. A woman's voice squeaked on the receiver. "Manolo," said Gomez. Manolo, a wine bottle tilted, bubbling to his mouth, turned. Gomez pointed at Martinez. "At last, we found our 5th volunteer." Dominguez said, "I got a date. Don't bother me," and stopped. The receiver slipped from his fingers. His little black telephone book, full of fine names and numbers, went quickly back into his pocket. "Gomez, you—" "Yes, your money! Now, ándale!" The woman's voice sizzled on the dangling phone. Dominguez glanced at it uneasily. Manolo considered the empty wine bottle in his hand and the liquor store sign across the street. Then, very reluctantly, both men laid $10 each on the green velvet pool table. Villanazul, amazed, did likewise, as did Gomez, nudging Martinez. Martinez counted out his wrinkled bills and change. Gomez flourished the money like a royal flush. $50. The suit costs $60. All we need is $10. "Wait," said Martinez. "Gomez, are we talking about one suit? Uno?" "Uno." Gomez raised a finger. "One wonderful white ice cream summer suit. White as the August moon." "But who will own this one suit?" "Me," said Manolo. "Me," said Dominguez. "Me," said Villanazul. "Me," cried Gomez. "And you, Martinez. Men, let's show him. Line up." Villanazul, Manolo, Dominguez, and Gomez rushed to plant their backs against the pool room wall. "Martinez, you two. The other end, line up. Now, vámonos. Lay that billiard cue across our heads." "Sure, Gomez, sure." Martinez, in line, felt the cue tap his head and leaned out to see what was happening. "Ah," he gasped. The cue lay flat on all their heads with no rise or fall as Vámonos slid it, grinning, along. "We're all the same height," said Martinez. "The same." Everyone laughed. Gomez ran down the line, rustling the yellow tape measure here and there on the men, so they laughed even more wildly. "Sure," he said. "It took a month, 4 weeks, mind you, to find 4 guys the same size and shape as me. A month of running around measuring. Sometimes I found guys with 5'5" skeletons. Sure, but all the meat on their bones was too much or not enough. Sometimes their bones were too long in the legs or too short in the arms. Boy, all the bones, I tell you. But now, 5 of us, same shoulders, chests, waists, arms, and as for weight, men, Manolo, Dominguez, Villanazul, Gomez, and at last, Martinez, stepped onto the scales, which flipped ink-stamped cards at them as Vámonos, still smiling, wildly fed pennies. Heart-pounding, Martinez read the cards. 135 pounds, 136, 133, 134. 137. A miracle. No, said Vienna Azul simply. Gomez. They all smiled upon that genius who now circled them with his arms. Are we not fine? He wondered. All the same size, all the same dream. The suit. So each of us will look beautiful at least one night of the week, eh? I haven't looked beautiful in years, said Martinez. The girls run away. They will run no more. They will freeze, said Gomez, when they see you in the cool, white summer ice cream suit. Gomez, said Vienna Azul, just let me ask one thing. Of course, compadre. When we get this nice, new, white ice cream summer suit, some night you're not going to put it on and walk down to the Greyhound bus in it and go live in El Paso for a year in it, are you? Vienna Azul, how can you say that? My eye sees, and my tongue moves, said Vienna Azul. How about the everybody wins punch-board lotteries you ran, and you kept running, when nobody won? How about the United Chile con Carne and Frijole Company you were going to organize, and all that ever happened was the rent ran out on a 2x4 office? The errors of a child now grown, said Gomez. Enough. In this hot weather, someone may buy the special suit that is made just for us, that stands waiting in the window of Shumway's Sunshine Suits. We have $50. Now we need just one more skeleton. Martinez saw the men peer around the pool hall. He looked where they looked. He felt his eyes hurry past Vamenos, then come reluctantly back to examine his dirty shirt, his huge nicotined fingers. Me! Vamenos burst out at last. My skeleton! Measure it! It's great. Sure, my hands are big, and my arms, from digging ditches, but... Just then, Martinez heard passing on the sidewalk outside that same terrible man with his 2 girls, all laughing and yelling together. He saw anguish move like the shadow of a summer cloud on the faces of the other men in this pool room. Slowly, Vamenos stepped onto the scales and dropped his penny. Eyes closed, he breathed a prayer. Madre mia, please. The machinery whirred, the card fell out. Vamenos opened his eyes. Look! 135 pounds! Another miracle! The men stared at his right hand and the card, at his left hand and a soiled $10 bill. Gomez swayed. Sweating, he licked his lips. Then his hand shot out, seized the money. The clothing store! The suit! Andale! Yelling, everybody ran from the pool room. The woman's voice was still squeaking on the abandoned telephone. Martinez, left behind, reached out and hung the voice up. In the silence, he shook his head. Santos! What a dream! 6 men, he said. 1 suit. What will come of this? Madness? Debauchery? Murder? But I go with God. Gomez, wait for me! Martinez was young. He ran fast. Mr. Shumway, of Shumway's Sunshine Suits, paused while adjusting a tie rack, aware of some subtle atmospheric change outside his establishment. "Leo," he whispered to his assistant. "Look." Outside, one man, Gomez, strolled by, looking in. Two men, Manolo and Dominguez, hurried by, staring in. Three men, Villanazul, Martinez, and Vamenos, jostling shoulders, did the same. "Leo," Mr. Shumway swallowed. "Call the police." Suddenly, 6 men filled the doorway. Martinez, crushed among them, his stomach slightly upset, his face feeling feverish, smiled so wildly at Leo that Leo let go the telephone. "Hey," breathed Martinez, eyes wide. "There's a great suit, over there." "No," Manolo touched a lapel. "This one." "There is only one suit in all the world," said Gomez coldly. "Mr. Shumway, the ice cream white size 34 was in your window just an hour ago. It's gone. You didn't sell it?" Mr. Shumway exhaled. No. In the dressing room. It's still on the dummy." Martinez did not know if he moved and moved the crowd, or if the crowd moved and moved him. Suddenly, they were all in motion. Mr. Shumway, running, tried to keep ahead of them. "This way, gents. Now, which of you—" "All for one and one for all," Martinez heard himself say, and laughed wildly. "We'll all try it on." "All?" Mr. Shumway clutched at the booth curtain as if his shop were a steamship that had suddenly tilted in a great swell. He stared. "That's it," thought Martinez. "Look at our smiles. Now, look at the skeletons behind our smiles. Measure here, there, up, down. Yes. Do you see?" Mr. Shumway saw. He nodded. He shrugged. "All." He jerked the curtain. "There. Buy it and I'll throw in the dummy free." Martinez peered quietly into the booth, his motion drawing the others to peer too. The suit was there, and it was white. Martinez could not breathe. He did not want to. He did not need to. He was afraid his breath would melt the suit. It was enough just looking. But at last he took a great trembling breath and exhaled, whispering, Ay, caramba." "It puts out my eyes," murmured Gomez. "Mr. Shumway," Martinez heard Leo hissing, "ain't it dangerous precedent to sell it? I mean, what if everybody bought one suit for 6 people?" "Leo," said Mr. Shumway, "you ever hear one single $59 suit make so many people happy at the same time before?" "Angels' wings," murmured Martinez. "The wings of white angels." Martinez felt Mr. Shumway peering over his shoulder into the booth. The pale glow filled his eyes. "You know something, Leo," he said in awe. "That's a suit." Gomez, shouting, whistling, ran up to the 3rd-floor landing and turned to wave to the others who staggered, laughed, stopped, and had to sit down on the steps below. "Tonight," cried Gomez, "tonight you move in with me, eh? Save rent as well as clothes, eh? Sure. Martinez, you got the suit?" "Have I?" Martinez lifted the white gift-wrapped box high. "From us to us! Hi-ya! Vamanos, you got the dummy?" "Here!" Vamanos, chewing an old cigar, scattering sparks, slipped. The dummy, falling, toppled, turned over twice, and banged down the stairs. "Vamanos! Dumb! Clumsy!" They seized the dummy from him. Stricken, Vamanos looked about as if he'd lost something. Manolo snapped his fingers. "Hey, Vamanos, we got to celebrate. Go borrow some wine." Vamanos plunged downstairs in a whirl of sparks. The others moved into the room with the suit, leaving Martinez in the hall to study Gomez's face. "Gomez, you look sick." "I am," said Gomez. "For what have I done?" He nodded to the shadows in the room working about the dummy. "I pick Dominguez, a devil with the women. All right, I pick Manolo, who drinks, yes, but who sings as sweet as a girl, eh? Okay, Villanazul reads books. You wash behind your ears. But then what do I do? Can I wait? No, I got to buy that suit. So the last guy I pick is a clumsy slob who has the right to wear my suit." He stopped, confused. "Who gets to wear our suit, one night a week, fall down in it, or not come in out of the rain in it. Why did I do it?" "Gomez," whispered Villanazul from the room. "The suit is ready. Come see if it looks as good using your light bulb." Gomez and Martinez entered. And there, on the dummy, in the center of the room, was the phosphorescent, the miraculously white-fired ghost, with the incredible lapels, the precise stitching, the neat buttonholes. Standing with the white illumination of the suit upon his cheeks, Martinez suddenly felt he was in church. White. White. It was white as the whitest vanilla ice cream, as the bottled milk in tenement halls at dawn. White as a winter cloud all alone in the moonlit sky late at night. Seeing it here in the warm summer night room made their breath almost show on the air. Shutting his eyes, he could see it printed on his lids. He knew what color his dreams would be this night. "White," murmured Villanazul. "White as the snow on that mountain near our town in Mexico, which is called the Sleeping Woman." "Say that again," said Gomez. Villanazul, proud yet humble, was glad to repeat his tribute. "White as the snow on the mountain called—" "I'm back!" Shocked, the men whirled to see Vamenos in the door, wine bottles in each hand. "A party! Here! Now, tell us, who wears the suit first tonight? Me?" "It's too late," said Gomez. "Late? It's only 9:15. "Late," said everyone, bristling. "Late!" Gomez edged away from these men who glared from him to the suit to the open window. Outside and below it was, after all, thought Martinez, a fine Saturday night in a summer month, and through the calm, warm darkness, the women drifted like flowers on a quiet stream. The men made a mournful sound. Gomez, a suggestion. Villanazul licked his pencil and drew a chart on a pad. You wear the suit from 9:30 to 10. Manolo till 10:30. Dominguez till 11. Myself till 11:30. Martinez till midnight. And... Why me last? Demanded Vamenos, scowling. Martinez thought quickly and smiled. After midnight is the best time, friend. Hey, said Vamenos. That's right. I never thought of that. Okay. Gomez sighed. All right, a half-hour each. But from now on, remember, we each wear the suit just one night a week. Sundays, we draw straws for who wears the suit the extra night. Me, laughed Vamenos. I'm lucky. Gomez held on to Martinez tight. Gomez, urged Martinez. You first. Dress. Gomez could not tear his eyes from that disreputable Vamenos. At last, impulsively, he yanked his shirt over his head. Aye-ya! He howled. Aye! Whisper rustle. The clean shirt. Ah! How clean the new clothes feel, thought Martinez, holding the coat ready. How clean they sound. How clean they smell. Whisper. The pants. The tie. Rustle. The braces. Whisper. Now Martinez let loose the coat, which fell in place on flexing shoulders. Ole! Gomez turned like a matador in his wondrous suit of lights. Ole, Gomez! Ole! Gomez bowed and went out the door. Martinez fixed his eyes to his watch. At 10 sharp, he heard someone wandering about in the hall, as if they had forgotten where to go. Martinez pulled the door open and looked out. Gomez was there, heading for nowhere. He looked sick, thought Martinez. No. Stunned, shook up, surprised, many things. Gomez! This is the place! Gomez turned around and found his way through the door. Oh, friends, friends, he said. Friends, what an experience! This suit! This suit! Tell us, Gomez, said Martinez. I can't. How can I say it? He gazed at the heavens, arms spread, palms up. Tell us, Gomez. I have no words. No words. You must see yourself. Yes, you must see. And here he lapsed into silence, shaking his head until at last he remembered they all stood watching him. Who's next? Manolo! Manolo, stripped to his shorts, leapt forward. Ready! All laughed, shouted, whistled. Manolo, ready, went out the door. He was gone 29 minutes and 30 seconds. He came back holding to doorknobs, touching the wall, feeling his own elbows, putting the flat of his hand to his face. Oh, let me tell you, he said, compadres, I went to the bar, to have a drink. But no, I did not go in the bar. Do you hear? I did not drink, for as I walked I began to laugh and sing. Why? I listened to myself and asked this, because the suit made me feel better than wine ever did. The suit made me drunk. So I went to the Guadalajara Refriteria instead and played the guitar and sang 4 songs very high. The suit. Ah, the suit. Dominguez, next to be dressed, moved out through the world, came back from the world. The black telephone book, thought Martinez. He had it in his hands when he left. Now he returns, his hands empty. What? On the street, said Dominguez, seeing it all again, eyes wide. On the street, I walked. A woman cried, Dominguez, is that you? Another said, Dominguez? No, Quetzalcoatl, the great white god come from the east. Do you hear? And suddenly, I didn't want to go with 6 women, or 8, no. 1, I thought. 1. And to this one, who knows what I would say? Be mine, or marry me. Caramba, this suit is dangerous. But I did not care. I live. Gomez, did it happen this way with you? Gomez, still dazed by the events of the evening, shook his head. No talk. It's too much. Later. Bien Azul? Bien Azul moved shyly forward. Bien Azul went shyly out. Bien Azul came shyly home. Picture it, he said, not looking at them, looking at the floor, talking to the floor. The Green Plaza. A group of elderly businessmen gathered under the stars, and they are talking, nodding, talking. Now, one of them whispers. All turn to stare. They move aside. They make a channel through which a white-hot light burns its way as through ice. At the center of the great light is this person. I take a deep breath. My stomach is jelly. My voice is very small, but it grows louder. And what do I say? I say, friends, do you know Carlyle's Sartor Resartus? In that book, we find his philosophy of suits. And at last, it was time for Martinez to let the suit float him out to haunt the darkness. 4 times he walked around the block. 4 times he paused beneath the tenement porches, looking up at the window where the light was lit. A shadow moved. The beautiful girl was there, not there, away and gone. And on the 5th time, there she was, on the porch above, driven out by the summer heat, taking the cooler air. She glanced down. She made a gesture. At first, he thought she was waving to him. He felt like a white explosion that had riveted her attention. But she was not waving. Her hand gestured, and the next moment, a pair of dark-framed glasses sat upon her nose. She gazed at him. Ah, he thought, so that's it. So, even the blind may see this suit. He smiled up at her. He did not have to wave. And, at last, she smiled back. She did not have to wave either. Then, because he did not know what else to do. And he could not get rid of this smile that had fastened itself to his cheeks. He hurried, almost ran around the corner, feeling her stare after him. When he looked back, she had taken off her glasses and gazed now with the look of the nearsighted at what, at most, must be a moving blob of light in the great darkness here. Then, for good measure, he went around the block again, through a city so suddenly beautiful he wanted to yell, then laugh, then yell again. Returning, he drifted, oblivious, eyes half closed, and seeing him in the door, the others saw not Martinez, but themselves come home. In that moment, they sensed that something had happened to them all. "You're late!" cried Vamenos, but stopped. The spell could not be broken. "Somebody tell me," said Martinez. "Who am I?" He moved in a slow circle through the room. Yes, he thought. Yes, it's the suit. Yes, it had to do with the suit. And them all together in that store on this fine Saturday night, and then here, laughing and feeling more drunk without drinking, as Manolo said himself, as the night ran and each slipped on the pants and held, toppling to the others, and, balanced, let the feeling get bigger and warmer and finer as each man departed and the next took his place in the suit, until now here stood Martinez, all splendid and white as one who gives orders, and the world grows quiet and moves aside. "Martinez, we borrowed 3 mirrors while you were gone. Look." The mirrors, set up as in the store, angled to reflect 3 Martinezes, and the echoes and memories of those who had occupied this suit with him, and known the bright world inside this thread and cloth. Now, in the shimmering mirror, Martinez saw the enormity of this thing they were living together, and his eyes grew wet. The others blinked. Martinez touched the mirrors. They shifted. He saw 1,000, 1,000,000 white-armored Martinezes march off into eternity, reflected forever, indomitable and unending. He held the white coat out on the air. In a trance, the others did not at first recognize the dirty hand that reached to take the coat. Then, "Vamenos! Pig! You didn't wash," cried Gomez, "or even shave while you waited. Compadres, the bath." "The bath," said everyone. "No," Vamenos flailed. "The night air! I'm dead!" They hustled him yelling out and down the hall. Now here stood Vamenos, unbelievable, in white suit, beard shaved, hair combed, nails scrubbed. His friends scowled darkly at him. For it was not true, thought Martinez, that when Vamenos passed by, avalanches itched on mountain tops. If he walked under windows, people spat, dumped garbage, or worse. Tonight now, this night, he would stroll beneath 10,000 wide-opened windows, near balconies, past alleys. Suddenly, the world absolutely sizzled with flies. And here was Vamenos, a fresh, frosted cake. "You sure look keen in that suit, Vamenos," said Manolo sadly. "Thanks." Vamenos twitched, trying to make his skeleton comfortable where all their skeletons had so recently been. In a small voice, Vamenos said, Can I go now? Bien azul, cried Gomez. Copy down these rules. Bien azul licked his pencil. First, said Gomez, don't fall down in that suit, Vámonos. I won't. Don't lean against buildings in that suit. No buildings. Don't walk under trees with birds in them in that suit. Don't smoke. Don't drink. Please, said Vámonos. Can I sit down in this suit? When in doubt, take the pants off, fold them over a chair. Wish me luck, said Vámonos. Go with God, Vámonos. He went out. He shut the door. There was a ripping sound. Vámonos! Cried Martinez. He whipped the door open. Vámonos stood with two halves of a handkerchief torn in his hands, laughing. Rip! Look at your faces! Rip! He tore the cloth again. Oh, your faces! Your faces! Ha! Roaring, Vámonos slammed the door, leaving them stunned and alone. Gomez put both hands on top of his head and turned away. Stone me! Kill me! I have sold our souls to a demon! Bien Azul dug in his pockets, took out a silver coin, and studied it for a long while. Here is my last 50 cents. Who else will help me buy back Vámonos's share of the suit? It's no use. Manolo showed them 10 cents. We got only enough to buy the lapels and the buttonholes. Gomez, at the open window, suddenly leaned out and yelled, Vámonos! No! Below on the street, Vámonos, shocked, blew out a match and threw away an old cigar butt he had found somewhere. He made a strange gesture to all the men in the window above, then waved airily and sauntered on. Somehow, the 5 men could not move away from the window. They were crushed together there. I bet he eats a hamburger in that suit, mused Bien Azul. I'm thinking of the mustard. Don't, cried Gomez. No, no. Manolo was suddenly at the door. I need a drink. Bad. Manolo, there's wine here. That bottle on the floor. Manolo went out and shut the door. A moment later, Bien Azul stretched with great exaggeration and strolled about the room. I think I'll walk down to the plaza, friends. He was not gone a minute when Dominguez, waving his black book at the others, winked and turned the doorknob. Dominguez, said Gomez. Yes? If you see Vámonos by accident, said Gomez, warn him away from Mickey Murillo's Red Rooster Cafe. They got fights not only on TV, but out front of the TV, too. He wouldn't go into Murillo's, said Dominguez. That suit means too much to Vámonos. He wouldn't do anything to hurt it. He'd shoot his mother first, said Martinez. Sure he would. Martinez and Gomez, alone, listened to Dominguez's footsteps hurry away down the stairs. They circled the undressed window dummy. For a long while, biting his lips, Gomez stood at the window, looking out. He touched his shirt pocket twice, pulled his hand away, and then, at last, pulled something from the pocket. Without looking at it, He handed it to Martinez. Martinez, take this. What is it? Martinez looked at the piece of folded pink paper with print on it, with names and numbers. His eyes widened. A ticket on the bus to El Paso 3 weeks from now? Gomez nodded. He couldn't look at Martinez. He stared out into the summer night. Turn it in. Get the money, he said. Buy us a nice white Panama hat and a pale blue tie to go with the white ice cream suit, Martinez. Do that. Gomez. Shut up. Boy, is it hot in here. I need air. Gomez. I am touched. Gomez. But the door stood open. Gomez was gone. Mickey Murillo's Red Rooster Cafe and Cocktail Lounge was squashed between 2 big brick buildings and, being narrow, had to be deep. Outside, serpents of red and sulfur-green neon fizzed and snapped. Inside, dim shapes loomed and swam away to lose themselves in a swarming night sea. Martinez, on tiptoe, peeked through a flaked place on the red-painted front window. He felt a presence on his left, heard breathing on his right. He glanced in both directions. Manolo! Villanazul! I decided I wasn't thirsty, said Manolo. So I took a walk. I was just on my way to the plaza, said Villanazul, and decided to go the long way round. As if by agreement, the 3 men shut up now and turned together to peer on tiptoe through various flaked spots on the window. A moment later, all 3 felt a new, very warm presence behind them, and heard still faster breathing. Is our white suit in there? Asked Gomez's voice. Gomez! Said everybody surprised. Hi! Yes! Cried Dominguez, having just arrived to find his own peephole. There's the suit! And, praise God, Vamenos is still in it. I can't see. Gomez squinted, shielding his eyes. What's he doing? Martinez peered. Yes, there, way back in the shadows, was a big chunk of snow, and the idiot smile of Vamenos winking above it, wreathed in smoke. He's smoking, said Martinez. He's drinking, said Dominguez. He's eating a taco, reported Villanazul. A juicy taco, added Manolo. No, said Gomez. No. Ruby Escadrillo's with him. Let me see that. Gomez pushed Martinez aside. Yes, there was Ruby. 200 pounds of glittering sequins and tight black satin on the hoof, her scarlet fingernails clutching Vamenos's shoulder, her cow-like face flowered with powder, greasy with lipstick, hung over him. That hippo, said Dominguez. She's crushing the shoulder pads. Look, she's going to sit on his lap. No, not with all that powder and lipstick, said Gomez. Manolo, inside. Grab that drink. Villanazul, the cigar, the taco. Dominguez, date Ruby Escadrillo. Get her away. Andale, men. The three vanished, leaving Gomez and Martinez to stare, gasping, through the peephole. "Manolo, he's got the drink. He's drinking it." "Olé, there's Villanazul. He's got the cigar. He's eating the taco. Hey, Dominguez, he's got Ruby. What a brave one." A shadow bulked through Murillo's front door, traveling fast. "Gomez." Martinez clutched Gomez's arm. That was Ruby Escadrillo's boyfriend, Bollajola. If he finds her with Vamenos, the ice cream suit will be covered with blood. Covered with blood. "Don't make me nervous," said Gomez. "Quickly!" Both ran. Inside, they reached Vamenos just as Bollajola grabbed about 2 feet of the lapels of that wonderful ice cream suit. "Let go of Vamenos," said Martinez. "Let go of that suit," corrected Gomez. Bollajola, tap-dancing Vamenos, leered at these intruders. Villanazul stepped up shyly. Villanazul smiled. "Don't hit him. Hit me." Bollajola hit Villanazul smack on the nose. Villanazul, holding his nose, tears stinging his eyes, wandered off. Gomez grabbed one of Bollajola's arms, Martinez the other. "Drop him! Let go! Peon! Coyote! Vaca!" Bollajola twisted the ice cream suit material until all 6 men screamed in mortal agony. Grunting, sweating, Bollajola dislodged as many as climbed on. He was winding up to hit Vamenos when Villanazul wandered back, eyes streaming. "Don't hit him. Hit me." As Bollajola hit Villanazul on the nose, a chair crashed on Bull's head. "Olé!" said Gomez. Bollajola swayed, blinking, debating whether to fall. He began to drag Vamenos with him. "Let go!" cried Gomez. "Let go!" One by one, with great care, Bollajola's banana-like fingers let loose of the suit. A moment later, he was ruins at their feet. "Compadres, this way!" They ran Vamenos outside and set him down where he freed himself of their hands with injured dignity. Okay. My time ain't up. I still got 2 minutes and, let's see, 10 seconds. "What?" said everybody. "Vamenos," said Gomez. "You let a Guadalajara cow climb on you. You pick fights. You smoke. You drink. You eat tacos. And now you have the nerve to say your time ain't up? I got 2 minutes and 1 second left." "Hey, Vamenos, you sure look sharp." Distantly, a woman's voice called from across the street. Vamenos smiled and buttoned his coat. "It's Ramona Alvarez. Ramona, wait!" Vamenos stepped off the curb. "Vamenos," pleaded Gomez, "what can you do in 1 minute and—" He checked his watch. 40 seconds. "Watch. Hey, Ramona!" Vamenos loped. "Vamenos! Look out!" Vamenos, surprised, whirled, saw a car, heard the shriek of brakes. "No," said all 5 men on the sidewalk. Martinez heard the impact and flinched. His head moved up. It looks like white laundry, he thought, flying through the air. His head came down. Now he heard himself and each of the men make a different sound. Some swallowed too much air. Some let it out. Some choked. Some groaned. Some cried aloud for justice. Some covered their faces. Martinez felt his own fist pounding his heart in agony. He could not move his feet. "I don't want to live," said Gomez quietly. "Kill me, someone." Then, shuffling, Martinez looked down and told his feet to walk, stagger, follow one after the other. He collided with other men. Now they were trying to run. They ran at last and somehow crossed a street like a deep river through which they could only wade, to look down at Vamenos. "Vamenos," said Martinez. "You're alive." Strewn on his back, mouth open, eyes squeezed tight, Vamenos motioned his head back and forth, moaning. "Tell me, oh tell me, tell me." "Tell you what, Vamenos?" Vamenos clenched his fists, ground his teeth. "The suit. What have I done to the suit? The suit, the suit." The men crouched lower. "Vamenos, why, it's okay." "You lie," said Vamenos. "It's torn, it must be. It's torn all round. Underneath?" "No." Martinez knelt and touched here and there. "Vamenos, all around, underneath even. It's okay." Vamenos opened his eyes to let the tears run free at last. "A miracle," he sobbed. "Praise the saints." He quieted at last. "The car?" "Hit and run." Gomez suddenly remembered and glared at the empty street. "It's good he didn't stop. We'd have—" Everybody listened. Distantly, a siren wailed. Someone phoned for an ambulance. "Quick," said Vamenos, eyes rolling. "Set me up. Take off our coat." Vamenos. "Shut up, idiots!" cried Vamenos. "The coat! That's it! Now the pants! The pants! Quick, peones! Those doctors! You seen movies? They rip the pants with razors to get them off. They don't care. They're maniacs. Ah, God, quick! The siren screamed. The men, panicking, all handled Vamenos at once. "Right leg, easy. Hurry, cows. Good. Left leg now, left. You hear? There, easy. Ow, God, quick. Martinez, your pants. Take them off." "What?" Martinez froze. The siren shrieked. "Fool!" wailed Vamenos. "All is lost! Your pants! Give me!" Martinez jerked at his belt buckle. "Close in. Make a circle." Dark pants, light pants, flourished on the air. "Quick! Here come the maniacs with the razors. Right leg on, left leg. There. The zipper! Cows, zip my zipper!" babbled Vamenos. The The siren died. Madre mia! Yes, just in time. They arrive. Vamanos lay back down and shut his eyes. Gracias. Martinez turned, nonchalantly buckling on the white pants as the interns brushed past. Broken leg, said one intern as they moved Vamanos onto a stretcher. Compadres, said Vamanos. Don't be mad with me. Gomez snorted. Who's mad? In the ambulance, head tilted back, looking out at them upside down, Vamanos faltered. Compadres, when I come from the hospital, am I still in the bunch? You won't kick me out. Look, I'll give up smoking, keep away from Murillos, swear off women. Vamanos, said Martinez gently. Don't promise nothing. Vamanos, upside down, eyes brimming wet, saw Martinez there, all white now against the stars. Oh, Martinez, you sure look great in that suit. Compadres, don't he look beautiful? Villanazul climbed in beside Vamanos. The door slammed. The 4 remaining men watched the ambulance drive away. Then, surrounded by his friends, inside the white suit, Martinez was carefully escorted back to the curb. In the tenement, Martinez got out the cleaning fluid, and the others stood around, telling him how to clean the suit, and later, how not to have the iron too hot, and how to work the lapels, and the crease and all. When the suit was cleaned and pressed, so it looked like a fresh gardenia just opened, they fitted it to the dummy. 2 o'clock, murmured Villanazul. I hope Vamanos sleeps well. When I left him, he looked good. Manolo cleared his throat. Nobody else is going out with that suit tonight, huh? The others glared at him. Manolo flushed. I mean, it's late. We're tired. Maybe no one will use the suit for 48 hours, huh? Give it a rest. Sure. Well, where do we sleep? The night being still hot, and the room unbearable, they carried the suit on its dummy out and down the hall. They brought with them also some pillows and blankets. They climbed the stairs towards the roof of the tenement. There, thought Martinez, is the cooler wind, and sleep. On the way, they passed a dozen doors that stood open, people still perspiring and awake, playing cards, drinking pop, fanning themselves with movie magazines. I wonder, thought Martinez, I wonder if... Yes! On the 4th floor, a certain door stood open. The beautiful girl looked up as the 5 men passed. She wore glasses, and when she saw Martinez, she snatched them off and hid them under a book. The others went on, not knowing they had lost Martinez, who seemed stuck fast in the open door. For a long moment, he could say nothing. Then he said, Jose Martinez. And she said, Celia Obregon. And then, both said nothing. He heard the men moving up on the tenement roof. He moved to follow. She said quickly, I saw you tonight. He came back. The suit, he said. The suit, she said and paused. but not the suit. "Eh?" he said. She lifted the book to show the glasses lying in her lap. She touched the glasses. "I do not see well. You would think I would wear my glasses, but no. I walk around for years now, hiding them, seeing nothing. But tonight, even without glasses, I see. A great whiteness passes below in the dark. So white. And I put on my glasses quickly. The suit, as I said Martinez. The suit, for a little moment, yes. But there is another whiteness above the suit." "Another?" "Your teeth. Oh, such white teeth, and so many." Martinez put his hand over his mouth. "So happy, Mr. Martinez," she said. "I have not often seen such a happy face, and such a smile." "Ah," he said, not able to look at her, his face flushing now. "So you see," she said quietly, "the suit caught my eye. Yes, the whiteness filled the night below. But the teeth were much whiter. Now I have forgotten the suit." Martinez flushed again. She, too, was overcome with what she had said. She put her glasses on her nose, and then took them off nervously and hid them again. She looked at her hands and at the door above his head. "May I?" he said at last. "May I call for you?" he asked, "when next the suit is mine to wear?" "Why must you wait for the suit?" she said. "I thought—" "You do not need the suit," she said. "But—" "If it were just the suit," she said, "anyone would be fine in it. But no. I watched. I saw many men in that suit, all different this night. So again I say, you do not need to wait for the suit." "Madre mia! Madre mia!" he cried happily. And then, quieter. "I will need the suit for a little while. A month, 6 months, a year. I am uncertain. I am fearful of many things. I am young." "That is as it should be," she said. "Good night, Miss Celia Obregon." "Celia Obregon," he said, and was gone from the door. The others were waiting on the roof of the tenement. Coming up through the trap door, Martinez saw they had placed the dummy and the suit in the center of the roof and put their blankets and pillows in a circle round it. Now they were lying down. Now a cooler night was blowing here, up in the sky. Martinez stood alone by the suit, smoothing the lapels, talking half to himself. "Ay, caramba. What a night! Seems 10 years since 7 o'clock when it all started, and I had no friends. 2 in the morning, I got all kinds of friends." He paused and thought. Celia Obregon. Celia Obregon. "All kinds of friends," he went on. "I got a room. I got clothes. You tell me. You know what?" He looked around at the men lying on the rooftop, surrounding the dummy and himself. "It's funny. When I wear this suit, I know I will win at pool like Gomez. A woman will look at me like Dominguez. I will be able to sing like Manolo, sweetly. I will talk fine politics like Villanazul. I'm strong as Vamenos. So tonight I am more than Martinez. I am Gomez, Manolo, Dominguez, Villanazul, Vamenos. I am everyone. Ay, ay. He stood a moment longer by this suit, which could save all the ways they sat, or stood, or walked. This suit, which could move fast and nervous like Gomez, or slow and thoughtfully like Villanazul, or drift like Dominguez, who never touched ground, who always found a wind to take him somewhere. This suit, which belonged to them, but which also owned them all. This suit that was... what? A parade. Martinez, said Gomez. You going to sleep? Sure. I'm just thinking. What? If we ever get rich, said Martinez softly, it'll be kind of sad. Then we'll all have suits. And there won't be no more nights like tonight. It'll break up the old gang. It'll never be the same after that. The men lay thinking of what had just been said. Gomez nodded gently. Yeah. It'll never be the same. After that. Martinez lay down on his blanket. In darkness, with the others, he faced the middle of the roof and the dummy, which was the center of their lives. And their eyes were bright, shining, and good to see in the dark as the neon lights from nearby buildings flicked on, flicked off, flicked on, flicked off, revealing and then vanishing, revealing and then vanishing, their wonderful white vanilla ice cream summer suit. Audiobook, recorded by Artis Studios, 2007. Read by Adam Muskin.